Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I am delighted to welcome you to this second day of the workshop on results-based financing. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to discuss international experiences and RBF with international experts. We also had the opportunity to discuss the future possibilities of RBF, and we ended with the Moroccan experience. We will continue this conversation on the Moroccan experience with local representatives who were involved in the inception and deployment of the Moroccan experience. I would like, therefore, to invite Mr. Ben Tahar, the moderator for today's session, alongside the panelists. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a quite a nice rest after yesterday's quite intensive day, and I hope that those of you who are suffering from jet lag have been able to recuperate somewhat. Returning to the topic of yesterday's topic, I am delighted to speak to the Moroccan experience and the two pilot programs, and I would like to thank the experts who have been attending today's event, and I'd like to, in particular, to find them to make a very efficient synopsis of their message into a single slide. The objective of today's panel is to show the value and potential of RBF mechanisms in the context and context of Morocco. As the context obviously is very important and will have an important impact on the inception and deployment of the project. We will also be speaking to the impact factors and change factors tied to RBF when it comes to efficiently supporting public policies and strengthen both mechanisms and institutions. And finally, we will also be discussing perspectives for scaling up and replication of RBF programs in other areas of public policy. We have three panelists, each representative of a key institutional partner. We will start with Mr. Yahya Oukash, who is the Director for Intermediation on the labor market for the APPROASHES, Moroccan National Employment Agency. Has contributed to the design of the APPROASHES strategy and its policy for the implementation of employment policy. We also have Mr. Samir Ajaram, Director of Employment from the Minister for Economic Insertion, the Small Companies and Competences, and who brings 35 years of experience and a direct memory of the employment programs in Morocco. He has also contributed to the design of employment strategies since the late 80s. We have Mr. Said Zian also, who represents the National Initiative for Human Development, INDH, and is in charge of devolution or decentralization or regionalization. And myself, Mr. Bentahar, Directorate of Employment. Before we ask our first questions to the panelists, we'd like to provide an opportunity for Q&As with the public, focusing on any technical aspects, and obviously hearing from the panelists. I would like to quickly provide to add some comments to what was said yesterday. The spirit of the employment projects based RBF employment project is more about creating a lab for innovation and experimentation. Be it from design or implementation, but also testing pilot projects in the Moroccan context, be it economical or institutional or even medical, considering what happened with COVID. The second objective is to build the capacity of systems managing active employment and inclusion programs, which is done through the technical assistance provided by our institutional partners. And finally, to summarize learning on methodologies employed for performance management, and to share best practices and collect evidence for the next iterations. And we will be presenting this this afternoon. And also to think about how these efforts can be made sustainable and replicable to other sectors. So I've taken the slide which had been presented yesterday by our two colleagues to highlight how beautiful this narrative is. And what doesn't appear here is all the work that took place upstream and backstage. There have also been times where nothing actually happened between inception and realization, and there is much that has been left so far untold. Without delving into too much detail, diagnostic was clearly necessary, as we had to understand the institutional landscape and the context so as to determine the opportunity to implement or not this program. This took 2 years. And there was also the issue, there was also the call for ideas to identify any actors who were ready to go down this path with us and gather the information required to provide a proper scale to our project. And there was also the issue of procurement, as we needed to design and write up contracts over a relatively long period in a complex setting, as we needed the same expertise for at least 5 years. But initially, we didn't really know what we were doing. So there is a phase during which we know what we're going to do, and then we need to extend the contract to reach implementation. And it was thanks through the MCC contracts, which included a basic and optional schedule. And we've had 13 addendums to the initial contract, with an average of about 4 weeks per addendum. So this gives you an idea of how complex managing these contracts can actually be. So once the project has been launched, there was a lengthy process of selection, of building capacity for these new actors who are confronted to new mechanism, a new approach, new workflows, which required capacity building efforts. And then there was also all the efforts of consultation and negotiation with institutional partners, be they the Ministry of Finance, which has its own logic of financing, issues of scalabilities, which had to be addressed. Is the cost what happens to costs when you scale it up, which tends to be obviously quite high, and therefore the Ministry of Finance had a certain number of thresholds to We also worked with the Ministry of Labor, who works in another logic, who focuses on reducing the impact of joblessness. It's completely different logic. We also had the APPROASHES logic, the National Employment Agency of Morocco, which focused on the means that it has. So therefore, you can see that this multi-dimensional conversation was quite complex and arduous. And then, with all this behind us, we launched the pilot in February 2020, which unfortunately coincided with the COVID crisis, which meant a hard stop to economic activity and a dramatic increase in vulnerable populations. So the gap here belies the fact there was much that had been done, and this leads us to asking the question of how to schedule such a complex program. This schedule here covers 8 years, 2 years for 2 years for implementation, but 6 years for preparation. So these are all questions that we need to try to provide answers. So yes, we've had the long-standing support of institutional partners, but we also had to deal with a certain institutional resistance to change and the adoption of new practices. So there was much discussion yesterday speaking to the sustainability, the scalability, and institutionalization of RBF. For NCA, our vision was first to have 2 pilot programs and all the upstream work this entails to demonstrate results of RBF. We're almost finished with this phase. There's still a process of verification of results which is ongoing and should be complete by March of this year. There's also technical support to institutional partners so as to better prepare them to the scaling up of this pilot program. This has also been finalized. And ultimately the sharing of lessons learned amongst the institutional actors to facilitate the appropriation process, which is now complete. We've had multiple workshops, be it locally with local actors or nationally and internationally, as in, for example, this seminar. And this is clearly, as you can see, ongoing and will lead to a better defined public policy on how to create sustainable RBF practices. But the decision to make this sustainable and who will ensure its sustainability must be decided by the government, and this requires yet another mature phase for mature results. So, an overview here of the 2 pilot projects. We have our institutional actors and 8 service providers, each with their own process. We have different size providers. When it comes to figures and objectives here, we have made our objectives more modest during COVID, as we needed to ensure resilience in the light of this difficult context. And we'll return to this section later on. But we already started the replication of another pilot with the INDH. From inception, the idea was to launch new processes, but given the medical and economic context, we decided, and I think it was wise, to build on the initial pilot, but by changing a few parameters, which provides us with an opportunity to benefit from 2 experiences and mitigate risks. Which is why we launched a pilot with our INDH colleagues. I don't know if it's another or a better version, which provides for better targeting, specifically geographic targeting, and more refined objectives. As you can see, this comparison, there has been a significant step change and more flexibility introduced. So, to better prepare the ecosystem, there was technical support provided to our institutional partners, in particular for the minister responsible for the inception and deployment of an employment strategy. We provide some documentation and examples of expected results in terms of insertion into the labor market, and as well as a description of possible prices. This was important because when we launched this project, we didn't have enough information to define a reasonability threshold, which is why the preparation upstream took so long, because we had to actually refine all these figures and prices. We had to do some mapping. We had workshops. When it comes to the ANAPEC National Employment Agency, we focused on performance management internally, and focusing also on the Tahil program, which was already inspired by RBF, but could be still refined. And also launched a system to certify service providers, which my colleagues have spoken to already. When it comes to the INDH partners, we help them adopt new tools, new performance management tools. I may have been a bit exhaustive here in my description of the context. And we will now be launching our debate.
Alors, je vais commencer par adresser une question à Monsieur.
Well, I have a question to Mr. Samir, representing the Ministry of Labor, and we think that the Ministry of Labor is the main actor designing strategies and promoting employment. I'd like to ask him the following: how is result-based financing? How could it help the ministry in its design, follow-up, and implementation? How could such financing help you achieve the set objectives? Thank you, Mr. Morad. Well, before answering your question, I would like to extend my thanks to MCA for this invitation, and my thanks go as well to the technical MCA teams for their support and assistance extended to our ministry and its actions. Regarding your question, I think that we have been through a context in which Morocco has been living through unemployment, with the youth facing structural constraints, in addition to demographic pressure. And all this means that there's some imbalance, there's lack of balance between offer and employment offer and demand. So public policies have been focusing on the youth with self-employment programs being promoted, but despite all the efforts exerted, we have not achieved the result, the set objectives. So all the more that vulnerable populations have been targeted, those groups which did not avail of these programs. So we needed to think of programs that would be devoted to needy groups. I think that the RBF programs have helped us achieve some of our objectives. It's true that the pilot program has yielded some positive results regarding training and integration and maintenance results. But as an approach, RBF could be experimented within our labor policies. Currently, we're revamping our employment policies, and I think this is an opportunity for us to negotiate and have some consultation with our labor partners, and mainly here I'm referring to the Ministry of Finance that I would like to thank for the efforts deployed to help us design the new employment policy. So we'll need to check all the options in order to achieve integration objectives in decent work. RBF has helped us integrate vulnerable groups which were not taken into consideration in national policies, and this has been done through partnerships with the regions. Mr. Minister mentioned it yesterday. I think we need to think out some partnerships with regional and local partners. You said it rightly so, Mr. Murad. The experiments we had with the regions enabled us to sensitize the regional actors so that there is a replication and the deployment of this approach beyond the upcoming programs, because we need to improve such implemented programs, and we do need to extend that to the regional level and introduce RBF in this regard at the regions level. So what we have right now would help us better the integration and employment objectives. It's too early, probably, to assess the RBF impact regarding job creation, but with what we have achieved and the innovation introduced, indeed we could say that all these tools will surely have an impact on employment objectives attainment. I would like to refer here to the performance management system of ANAPEC, the overhauling of the Ta'heel procedures, and I think that many modifications and novelties have been introduced based on our experiments. And here I would like to stress the situation of the most vulnerable groups that could indeed be provided with decent work, especially those who are affiliated to SNSS and those who are indeed in their jobs that should stay at least for 6 months, consecutive 6 months in their jobs. And also should mention here that the main problem, the main issue, the main issue that could become an obstacle is the quality of the services provided at the regional level. As Mr. Minister said yesterday, we do need to strike partnerships with the regional actors and see how we can have champions at the level of the regions, because the national policy provides only guidelines to be implemented in detail at the regional level, focusing more and emphasizing the approach that should be adopted regarding RBF. Well, this is in a nutshell our approach. We are part and parcel of this approach, but I think we need to be careful because we need to take into consideration, and here I'd like to refer to 122, convention number 122. We do need to develop a national employment policy at the national level, but yet we do need to take into consideration the level of development of each country. This approach is good. We do support it. We do take into consideration our policy, but we do need to focus more on the regions and work more with the regional actors. Now, let me shift to Mr. Rakesh from ANAPEC. I'd like to recall here that the ANAPEC is the implementation agency of employment programs. So my question for you is as follows: what is the extent of the Moroccan experience regarding the deployment of your programs as they stood before the RBF experience? Thank you. I'd like as well to thank MCA for holding this seminar, which indeed provides us with a new approach lately adopted in Morocco. RBF approach will indeed enable us to focus more on results in the field of finding. The Moroccan Agency for Promotion of Employment and Competencies was set up in 2001 to reduce unemployment and have an active approach regarding the labor market. We held the National Employment Convention with new active measures which were adopted in 2006, namely the HEAL program to improve employability. So since then, we've been implementing a conventional approach with the difficulties at the beginning regarding implementation. And at the beginning, indeed, we had many service providers, and then we started sorting out those who are serious, those who are achieving results. And then we started implementing RBF, the RBF approach, not in the process we designed with you, but then it was kind of spontaneous process which enabled us to know exactly the constraints related to the implementation of these programs with them. But then we did not have the performance indicators, key indicators, but that was kind of binary indicators, either there's integration or not. And it was kind of constraining for the service providers, which faced many constraints and parameters in order to achieve successful integration. And as you did it in your program, the BRF program was launched, and we were involved with the Institute consultancy, which came up to us to analyze what we were implementing and to adopt a approach which was closer to the field. And we thought of the intermediary indicators, which were enable the service providers to join the program, because it was not mandatory, as on a voluntary basis, and also to see how we could have an efficient approach enabling us to achieve the expected results, and also have the service providers committed throughout, because this should be from the sourcing out until the integration, and this goes through many phases. So what we wanted is to have the service providers along with this along the whole process, and we thought out this program together, and we selected the service providers, and we pondered together how we could choose these service providers from private sector and also from civil society in order to challenge them and see what would be the optimal results supporting the youth. So the capacity building helped us in this understand that we needed to provide support and build the capacities of services providers, especially benefiting associations, because associations play a stronger role in order to support the youth and women in vulnerable conditions. This is a strong tissue, associative tissue, but it needed to avail from building capacities to achieve integration and maintenance. So this enabled us to map the service providers and see what are their capacities and the way it intervenes in the regions targeting the sought after groups. So the support provided to youth based on RBF was new, it had never been tested before, and that's what we did along with the Ministry of Finance. This population indeed needs support. So in the field, we observed that the associations did good work, and we needed to provide also public incentives to support the youth and the associations psychologically and integrate the young people into active life. It's true that the COVID period held us back, but we draw lessons also from it regarding the selection and the implementation of the program, and this pushed us to integrate the digital dimension because it was not the case before. Also, we went towards some groups which were not targeted before, and also we need to seek competencies, how to prepare such competencies, how those employable youth could be equipped with new tools thanks to the MCA technical assistance, and so this helped us adopt this regional approach, and APPEC integrated this decentralized its process since 2018, and since then we have been working at the regional level with the service providers to achieve set results. It's true that we not have the same structures. Not all the regions have the same structures. Some regions have more favorable conditions, and some regions attract competencies such as the RABAT, Saleh, Kenitra, Tangier, Hasima, Tetouan region as well attract competencies. So regarding this RBF regional program, this is an integrated program, and we have offers at the national level as well as at the international level. So our culture before was not well structured. RBF enabled us to structure our approach and adopt efficient tools in order to achieve the set results. So you said it yourself, before the compact experience there were programs which could be implemented through RBF, but that was done more spontaneously and in a less structured manner. So today, as a professional, as a specialist, do you think that compact experience has enabled us to make progress? And could you tell us in detail how such experience helped evolve RBF experience through your experiences outside the pilot? You know, there's a new culture uh, emerging. It takes some time, yes, true, but we need to explain. We needed to explain first the RBF program, and based on the relations built with the regions, we have service providers working with 9 regions. So we did a lot of listening regarding the requests on the part of the service providers compared to the expected results. And we needed to check ourselves. There's a checking system in order to check midway. If we have a young who starts who is being taken care of, we need to see how this RBF approach has been adopted. So regarding the regionalization of RBF, we held seminars on this issue in order to explain this approach. This is a continuous system in time, and we are still working on it with the regions and within the framework of the HEAL program. And so in this way, we will indeed explain better how RBF should be implemented and capitalize on the pilot to achieve continuity. We have with us a champion actor regarding economic integration, which is wider than employability. Mr. Zian, based on your experience, how would RBF contribute to improve the efficiency of economic integration programs? You are the head, and this is at central as well as the head of this program and the regional and the national levels. It's a real delight for us to take part in this seminar about RBF, thanks to the expertise provided by MCA. So we do need to shed some light here, and I would like to tell you a little bit about this project. This project was launched in 2005 by His Majesty the King, and this program has reached its first phase for the period 2019 to 2023. So 2 main objectives here. So we do need to strengthen the previous achievements, and also we do need to focus more on the programs, the NDH programs, especially for human capital. And here there's a change that has adopted, and in our program engineering, we focus on 4 points: the infrastructural programs in order to preserve continuity regarding roads construction, building, and also another point regarding needy populations. Third, there's something new, which is about economic integration and improving income. And the 4th point, emerging generations human capital promotion. So we did need to get appropriation of this new logic through a relevant through relevant performance indicators regarding the activity implemented and the objectives achieved. But what's more important is to assess the impacts on the beneficiaries and their territories. So hence the need to recall the importance of coordination. So at this third level, we have three poles here. One enable us to test international experiences in Morocco. In 2020, we got in touch with MCA to avail of MCA expertise in order to test new approaches, innovative solutions that have succeeded internationally. So we choose to focus on youth employability, taking avail of the experience already existing with APPROACHES, and Mr. Alkash talked about it. So we wanted to focus on the employability concept that should be highlighted in the three ways. Employability is part and parcel of Program 3, devoted to the economic integration of the youth, aiming at four objectives: receiving and listening, as well as guiding the youth. Second, entrepreneurship for the youth with ideas. We provide support to them, including financially, and up to a ceiling of 100 to 150,000 dirhams. And third, employability. Fourth, and we're here dealing with individuals till 35 years old and even 45 years old. And another dimension is working cooperatives. And we tested models here with GTZ and Sega, focusing on value chains, reflecting the potential for each territory. So I'd like to go back to the employability issue. So the pilots today for employability is the result of co-construction with MCA and Insiglio Consulting. I'd like to thank them today. And this pilot is considered as being strategic for more than one reason. It comes at the right time when we are defining our concept of employability. We launched an entrepreneurship initiative in 2020, but for the entrepreneurship component, we're still thinking about the finishing, and this comes at the right moment. So it is also in harmony with our philosophy. I would like to avail of this occasion to say that we are not here to have other actors work in our place, but we want to test new models, new innovative approaches, and this is kind of incubation process. So this is to have a new model incubated. We would like to test it and implement it at the territorial level, and once it is adjusted and mature, we will so we do need with the other relevant partners to implement it in a more widespread way. So at the targeting level, the youth are between 18 and 25 years old, but here we needed to have the least number of the NEET youth, and this is a criteria for the targeting by NDH. For P3, I would like to recall that all the activities are conducted through the youth platforms. Each province has its own youth platform with some subsidiaries, and this is a reference platform for lost youth. Especially regarding the services provided. Now, for this category, for youth aged between 18 and 25, it is useful. Also, we have focused on the territorialized approach. The governors are the heads of CPDH, and now the pilot is being implemented in 24 locations in 11 regions. So we have 2,926 service providers, and this is a strong point. What we do is that implementations goes through service providers, and we have opted for the RBF approach. That's why we have also capitalized on what MCA already implemented through the actors mapping done at the national level. And donc, a call for interest was launched at the national level. Selection enabled us to have 6 service providers, 2 from civil society, and we have reached the final phase regarding the results part at the end of July, and we still have to verify and end the pilot. So with the participation of all the local actors, and when we're talking about territorialized implementation, this is done through CPDH. We have the administration, the associations, and even the elected actors. So this is really a ownership at its widest level. How are the activities distributed? This has been done in a smart way. We have the training, then integration and maintenance in internship for 1 to 3 months, and then guide the youth towards decent work. So such distribution is linked to objectives to be achieved. So for financing, we focused on integration and maintenance for so 40% of the funding is related to pre-funding. So 60% of it is focused on the results, because today we are convinced that the most important thing is to know exactly what are the results sought. We need to secure continuity. 11,000 dirhams, 40% for training and 60% focused on the results. So we need also a very serious and rigorous check-in. This is part of novelties that have introduced through the RBF approach. With terms of reference, we could capitalize on to follow the implementation of the program. Now, regarding innovation, we are providing support through training, benefiting 24 provinces and prefectures. We think that the procedures have been simplified and have been formalized in the contracts set. So we mentioned the contracts, the commitments regarding the objectives to be achieved and regarding the cost. Such RBF approach enable us to secure our relations with our partners. You know, the administration is all the time being stigmatized, saying that it has an overwhelming role compared to the one of NGOs. But here, the roles of the actors are clearly defined. I would like to finish by saying that this approach has changed the way we work. It was a bit difficult to start with, but it was hard for us. We wanted things to be done without much pain. The concern for us is to fund something which would lead to results. But today we are going beyond the output. We want to measure the results and assess the impact on the population as a whole. So This is a first feedback regarding the pilot, and I could take the floor again if you have any other questions.
De dire, bon, au-delà donc de changement de culture,
Thank you for saying such relevant comments. Beyond the cultural changes that you mentioned, I'd like to return to two specific aspects which differentiate the second from the first pilot. There's quite a step change there in terms of experimentation, and we can see the results may be not more flexible, but maybe better aligned with reality. We looked at training, at insertion, and 6-month record employment, 6-month employment. But in the second pilot, the results are even more refined, granulated. The second point is when it comes to the cost of the support. Could you provide us more information on both these points? Well, the choice of results was intelligently chosen. The fact that we are focusing on NEET population, not in employment, education, or training, and the fact that these populations are somewhat lost, and given our mission at INDH of being inclusive, means that we have to lighten our procedures and introduced also more flexibility, such as the insertion into an internship, as this does provide a change and a concrete result for participants. Employment after 1 month, maintained after 3 months, there's a good chance that this employment will be sustainable. If it's not sustainable, it wouldn't even reach 3 months. So we tried to be as agile as possible, as simple as possible in our results, in the definition of our results, to ensure that this population is included in the labor market. When it comes to costs now, focusing on RBF and employability, clearly the most important results. As with entrepreneur, we have a support mechanism to help entrepreneurship for 3 or 6 month pre-creation process, which has now been brought back to 1 or 2 months, which is enough to support young people in creating their their own company. So we do have this obligation to finance, but what counts for us is the creation of companies and the number of jobs created, but also it's their sustainability 6 months down the road, 1 year down the road. So it's just not, training is a prerequisite. It's not a result in itself. What's important for us is that these young people find an internship or employment and partake of the labor market. So with the support of the NCA and your support to this program, we have tried to design, implement pilot programs to try them out, to trial them. Despite the outside shocks which have contributed to providing a serious trial for these programs, and given the technical support aiming to increase appropriation, my question for you, Samir, would be what do you think the future holds for RBF? and when it comes particularly to sustainability and scaling it up, or replicating it in other areas. Well, when it comes to sustainability, I believe it was mentioned yesterday. We should make the most of weaknesses identified to improve the program. We are all aware that RBF adds value. I would say that testing the pilot within the ANAPEC and with the other pilot at the INDH includes two dimensions: the impact of social action on the economy, considering that we are in constant contact with actors in the field. But there is also the social component is important. There is an economic component, but also a social component, and each completes the other. And I believe to enhance sustainability, we should identify what worked and what didn't work, and maybe focus more attention, or as much attention as possible, to the unexpected systemic effects. Which have held back the development of this pilot during COVID. We should also seek to develop other tools beyond those already developed. KPIs, the guide for the regions, and identify how other tools could be developed to encourage sustainability. The issue of human resources remains particularly relevant for the proper deployment of these mechanisms, as does the commitment of regional and local actors, as the idea of taking into account this mechanism when it comes to designing public policies is particularly relevant. We therefore need to figure out how to develop partnerships with the regions so as to make the most of what has been done, of the positive results of these pilots. And I believe, as I mentioned before, that we will have the opportunity to examine this possibility with our international partners. And I think we should launch and evaluate these processes through an RBF lens. I think that the programs currently launched highlight the importance of RBF, and it has always existed. But its proper deployment has provided an opportunity to improve management mechanisms and improve outcomes through the introduction of new indicators. And I believe that our future indicators and mechanisms will go in the same direction. So ANAPEC is a key actor for the sustainability of these initiatives. What is your take on the future How's it going, and how could it be replicated? Well, sustainability is a crucial aspect. Indeed, convincing donors, be they ministries of finance, regions, or international donors, we have to display some form of some efficiency and relevant results aligned with objectives, and this is something that everybody has an interest in. And the RBF approach has allowed regions to develop an approach which is more complex, yet is adapted to each region, despite the fact that the target population is more complex. It is quite expensive, both in terms of time and money, which means we need all the parameters to defend the RBF approach. And successful experience is great and will help us to replicate this elsewhere and create a new model. PPP, public-private partnerships, are also important as the synergy between the public and the private sector represented by NGO and non-profits is very important, as it provides coordinated support for target populations. And the private sector, which is obviously more focused on insertion and participation to the labor market, is also important to create a sustainability. And ANAPEC plays a catalyzing role, which will allow us to deploy, because right now we're in full development of the approaches with the region. I visit every region. Some regions have finished their regional development plans, PDR, and others are still debating with their regional councils to identify how RBF can be deployed in their own regions. But all current measures have this culture or implementation policy which incorporates RBF. And we have also required to provide accountability to our own stakeholders and to prove alignment between expenditure and results. So RBF approach also allows us to provide answers to these questions, as well as optimizing our own expenditure. Mr. Zien, you were saying that INDH does not replace institutional actors. You do nonetheless have an important role to play when it comes to inclusion at the local level, and when it comes to the transfer of knowledge to the local scene. What to you are the possibilities for the sustainability of RBF and locally? Well, I think we need to have a dual approach: the institutional sustainability and the financial sustainability, as for any mechanism being implemented. What's happening today in 24 provinces is that this model is being appropriated locally. And all agreements that are being signed by the local authorities are now focused on results. Any new agreement between local authorities and local actors must highlight what are the expected results. So this model is clearly being appropriated very strongly at the local level. And we're now in the closing year of this program, which is the evaluation stage. And clearly, the RBF is now enshrined as part of our procedures and conviction and beliefs. This RBF mechanism, which I would like to recall, applies to a specific perimeter when it comes to financing. Requires some simple training and then effective appropriation and not much more. But given the national context, there is much that could facilitate in the gradual implementation of RBF. We're focusing on employment at the moment, but I'm sure the method could be adapted to other contexts. And all this provides a certain number of indicators which plead for an effective implementation of RBF. The most recent finance law calls for annual performance reports, which are then compiled into a single yearly report, which informs policymakers and Parliament on results achieved. So we now have reasons for investing. The second element which I would like to speak to now is the new development model under the aegis of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him. Any public policy must be provided with KPIs and at the macro level, 5 KPIs. All these initiatives we've been discussing highlight how interesting this method is. So clearly, RBF, with a few caveats, with proper precautions taken rather than caveats, can provide excellent results. Scaling up must be performed while maintaining quality, which is why we spoke to human resources and financing just now. But when it comes to scaling up, we have to ensure that we maintain the same quality. And the method has also shown that there is a wide diversity of actors which requires further coordination and harnessing digital tools such as communication, but also performance management and institutional support, given the multiplicity of actors, will require further coordination. These are the 2 points I wanted to make. I'd now like to turn to the public for Q&As. I've been told that we've run out of time, and our guests will have to leave us in 15 minutes, so we'll do a quick Q&A session, and we'll have another session this afternoon to delve into more detail. The floor, any questions? The first gentleman here in the back who raised his hand, please introduce yourself. Good morning. Rashid, entrepreneur. My question pertains to entrepreneurship. We are struggling to hear the speaker. Could you tell us more about the choice between private actors and non-profit actors as part of the RBF approach? Do you have enough data to say that using non-profit is more efficient than the profit sector. They have different business models, different resources. Second question, the gentleman here from the map. Microphone, please. Thank you. I think we should celebrate the results of this approach. Given the progress made, there's much to be learned and built on, which is great. And as president of AMAP and involved in both RBF and INDH for employability and entrepreneurship, I think there is much to be learned and built on. This approach has enabled an impulse to the issue of insertion of youth in general and solidarity and inclusive economy, and has enabled the mobilization of actors both nationally and regionally on this issue, which is crucial as there are multiple local and regional initiatives which allow to create multiple partnerships through formal agreements and ultimately creates forums for reflection and discussion, and ultimately enable people who had not in their culture had it to speak to the issue of insertion, and has raised awareness. And everybody on the field is now aware of this, of how positive these initiatives are. This involvement, such as venues. A question, please, sir. We have another session. Your question, please, sir. I wanted to highlight the positive before I focus on what is really the heart of my question. So, if no further ado, given COVID, will risk management be integrated in our approach in the future? Second question. What constraints in the field for partners when it comes to intermediary results which are not taken into consideration by the RBF approach, in particular training and post-insertion monitoring, especially when it comes to awareness raising? When a workshop is being organized, we raise awareness of not only beneficiaries but also actors. Third point. Oh, that's it. Two more questions. I'm being told we've run over. My question is, what are the advantages of this approach compared to other financing mechanisms. The last question for this session, as there will be another session later. Hamza, good morning. MCA-Morocco representative. My question on RBF, generally speaking, in your experience, can we afford an evaluation halfway through implementation in terms of efficiency and efficacy, especially a possible review of intermediary indicators? Or do we decide that we will have to stick to the initial framework and evaluation will be held at the end and lessons can only be learned at the end? Thank you. I'm afraid I have to stop questions here. The floor is now to our three panelists. 10-minute questions about COVID. We spoke about risk management. Nobody saw this coming. It's an act of God. And this was also a source of lessons learned, specifically when it comes to resilience of the chosen model. Mr. Zien. Speaking to entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship initiatives, INDH initiatives on entrepreneurships are supported by about 30 non-profit or NGOs and 6-7 consultants. This choice was made at the second phase of inception. Considering that external providers would be better indicated for implementation. The idea of having things done. 10% as public service, we only provide 10% of the effort. We really believe in the possible contributions of the non-profit sector. But at the third stage, we have to secure the approach to better evaluate and select non-profit organizations. At one point, we adjusted. We spoke. This responds to the question about intermediary evaluation of KPIs or review, and be it for employment or entrepreneuria, we felt that it was better suited to look at a province level. And our first evaluation required a few adjustments, but not in terms of approaches or procedure. We still believe in the rich contribution of the non-profit sector. We just have to be very demanding. As a public actor, we must professionalize the non-profit sector and build its capacity. Administration, there are certain things that administration can do, but there's a certain point where we have to trust the non-profit sector. You look at the pre-scholar program. We're looking at the level of hamlets, even below small towns or villages. We're looking at hamlet level, and this is managed by two NGOs, non-profit, and all the tools are deployed through these partners, and the evaluation that was entrusted to the National Observatory for Human Development, ONDH, will provide us a report on the efficiency of these programs. And returning to the question of the president of AMP, the idea of sourcing is not yet fully integrated in the public service. We have to create relays information, and this can be done through the non-profit sector, which has its own costs, of course, but sourcing, I agree with you, it needs to be fully integrated in the process. Thank you, Mr. Zian. Mr. Najran? Well, thank you very much for the questions. I agree with what has been said. The question is very relevant. We need to take into account the unexpected long-term effects of RBF. To provide opportune responses. When it comes to supporting the non-profit sector, I agree that this logic is enshrined in our approach, and having a regional approach is fully integrated in our actions. And we look to the non-profit sector to act as relays in our actions. We support local actors and service providers when it comes to intermediation, and so that they can play their role locally, not just for RBF, but also for any regional employment promotion programs. And this approach is included in every one of our discussions and with local actors. We try to integrate it in every program being currently developed, and we will try to englobe all these actors in our vision so as to include it in all our regional and local programs. Thank you very much, sir. Well, I did very much also appreciate the questions. I've learned a lot from the panels and the public. And the localization or devolution aspects are particularly important, as we need to take into account the specificity of each region. And the new policy will also create a link with the local actors to establish an approach that will efficiently respond to the needs of each region and each category of young people based on their needs as expressed by both the regional actors, the donors, and the national government. When it comes to the local implementation of RBF, I would like to see more support, or continued support at the regional level, as this will be able to provide us with a regional tailored approach, but also provide much more efficient action. We therefore would like to see technical support being deployed and which will allow us to provide adequate responses. So we would now like to close by warmly thanking our three panelists for their fantastic contribution to this fascinating topic, as well as their commitment and the time they have given us. I know that unfortunately we ran out of time, but we will have more opportunity later to discuss this. I would also like to thank the public for their participation and very relevant questions. I know there are more questions, but we have run out of time, and we're now moving to a coffee break before we move to the Africa panel. And thank you very much, Murad. Thank you to all the panelists for these very informative contributions, speaking to the Moroccan experiences in RBF. We'll have a 5-minute coffee break and start again at 11:30. Thank you very much. You can also take your coffee into the room. Thank you.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will be resuming our workshop. Speaking now to the African experience. I'd like to call now on Alice Robinson, who will be moderating this panel, and the panelists to start this panel. Sorry for this short coffee break that we had to impose because of timekeeping. Thank you.
Good morning, and welcome to the African Experience with Results-Based Development Mechanisms. So I'll walk us through first the objectives of the panel, move into an introduction of our panelists, and then provide an overview of the state of results-based financing in Africa, followed by a discussion and then Q&A. So regarding, let me just make sure I can operate the clicker. Okay, so regarding the objectives of the panel, beyond Morocco, some African countries have started to experiment and scale up with results-based approaches, generating valuable lessons that can benefit other developing countries. This panel aims to share RBF experiences in pioneering countries in Africa, and then highlight the potential of results-based approaches for the broader African region. The panel also aims to look at ways to foster the exchange of learnings between developing countries. And then finally, the big question that we would like to answer is how to promote South-South cooperation to improve the effectiveness of public policies through results-based financing mechanisms. So next, moving on to an introduction of our esteemed panelists. First, we have Florencia Devoto, who is the director of the Morocco Employment Lab. Florencia is the director of the Morocco Employment Lab that is based in Rabat, where she is responsible for developing the research agenda, together with the lab's scientific directors, coordinating research activities and disseminating policy insights from research. She holds a PhD from the Paris School of Economics and an MPA International Development degree from the Harvard Kennedy School. Since she joined the JPAL in 2006, she has been participating in several impact evaluations in Morocco in the areas of microcredit, education, and access to water. Next, Inde Karoma, who is joining us virtually, so we'll see her momentarily on the screen, is Chief Executive Officer of the Millennium Challenge Coordinating Unit in Sierra Leone. She's a policy practitioner and data analyst supporting the efforts of the government of Sierra Leone to mainstream data for evidence-based decision-making. She has previously supported the presidency as a policy analyst, following which she became the Chief Executive Officer for the Sierra Leone's Millennium Challenge Corporation Threshold Program. And then we have Bernard Ayinsu, who is the Acting Director for Policy Planning, Research, Innovations, Monitoring, and Evaluation Directorate at the Ghana Technical Vocational Education and Training Service, TVET. Bernard has worked on results-based financing within the education sector in Ghana. This includes the design and implementation of the World Bank Secondary Education Improvement Project and the design and implementation of Ghana Accountability for Learning Outcomes Project. He was the government lead in the design of the Ghana Education Outcomes Project. And finally, this is me. I'm moderating. I am the Managing Director for Africa in our Department of Compact Operations at the Millennium Challenge Corporation in Washington, D.C. So next, I'd like to just provide you with a very brief overview of RBF in Africa. So Rwanda was one of the first developing countries to implement RBF in 2002 to speed up health results after the war. Rwanda was also the first African country to scale up RBF nationwide in 2006. The same year, the international NGO CORDAID, supported by funding from the Dutch government and the European Union, implemented a pilot performance-based financing scheme aimed at improving healthcare, at primary healthcare in 2 provinces in Burundi. The scheme covered 40 primary healthcare facilities. And then in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the European Commission started financing an 80 million euro multi-sectoral RBF program in education, road maintenance, and public administration in 4 provinces. In 2008, the project REDSEC has been implementing a pilot performance-based financing program in faith-based organization facilities in the East region with support from CORDAID and Catholic Relief Services. A year later, in 2009, the Central African Republic tested an RBF pilot in the healthcare sector in 1 prefecture with support from CORDAID. Then in 2010, expanded to 6 prefectures. Burundi was the second country in Africa after Rwanda that rolled out PBF countrywide in 2010. Then in 2011, Sierra Leone implemented RBF approaches nationwide to support a wide range of peace-building projects through the UN system. And then in the following 10 years, RBF approaches have been tested and implemented across the continent in more than 30 countries and in multiple sectors. So a few key insights. This is just to give some numbers around RBF in Africa. Funding tied to results in the region amounts to almost $10 billion US. And most RBF instruments are results-based instruments. So this is just to highlight a bit of the work that Millennium Challenge Corporation has been doing in the RBF space. So far, MCC has launched 2 RBF opportunities, including the current project in Morocco and 1 in Sierra Leone. We've been talking extensively about the program in Morocco, so I won't go into additional detail. Regarding Sierra Leone, donors have supported utility reform and improved service delivery for decades, but often failed to deliver results. In this context, an RBF activity was included as a key element of MCC's recently completed Threshold program in Sierra Leone to support increased water and electricity services in Freetown. Gumo Valley Water Company, which manages Freetown's water supply, has faced enduring challenges, creating what management described as a vicious cycle of underperformance. By introducing RBF, the Guma Valley Water Company was able to escape this vicious cycle with improvements such as achieving 85% collection and billing efficiency, 33% improvement on historical performance, as well as boosting ownership and morale of staff and creating a more data-driven culture. So MCC's RBF portfolio of programs currently represents almost $40 million across 5 countries and diverse sectors. RBF screenings have been completed with 12 country teams to quickly assess programs to identify potential challenges, that could limit results, and also to outline proposals for the use of RBF to improve results. Where strong opportunities have been identified, the RBF team has collaborated with MCC staff to undertake due diligence processes, including in-country work to assess the potential value add of RBF, context conditions, and make recommendations on an RBF strategy to enhance program results. In Senegal, this includes exploring opportunities to include RBF in the electricity sector. In Lesotho, this is an exploration to introduce RBF to incentivize health sector institutions. And then finally, in Mozambique, Mozambique's due diligence is aiming to build an RBF instrument for smallholder farms' inclusion into value chains. So with that, I'd like to move into the heart of this panel, which is to learn from and ask some questions of our panelists. And so would like to start off probing further into the question of why RBF. And so would like to start with our virtual panelist, Nde, who hopefully is on the line. So the question is, you have directed MCCU's experience with RBF to transform the performance of the water and electricity sector in Sierra Leone. Can you tell us a bit more about this experience and what motivated the adoption of RBF?
Je pense que Madame Ndé a difficulté à se connecter.
Okay.
Donc, si on peut passer.
If there are issues, connection issues, maybe we could move to the other panelists.
We'll move on and give Ndé a little bit more time to hopefully be able to connect. Then kind of this question is for Bernard. What experiences has the government of Ghana had with RBF? Can you tell us what the Ghana Education Outcomes Project is? What motivated the government to participate? And finally, what contributions to the Ministry of Education is expecting from it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And good morning to you all. Let me start by thanking Instiglo and MCA for the opportunity to share our experience as a country with RBF and also to learn from colleagues. I believe the learning would help us improve what we do in country. Now, specific to RBF, we started off in 2015 with the design and implementation of the Secondary Education Improvement Project, which is an approximately $200 million project funded by the World Bank, and we had used RBF as the funding tool. In that arrangement, the Ministry of Education was incentivized to achieve certain results. So fund disbursement was tied to pre-agreed result areas, but the incentive holder was the Ministry of Education at the national level. Subsequent to that, the bank is currently financing a $280 million Ghana Accountability for Learning Outcomes project. Again, another 5-year project where the incentive holder, again, is the Ministry of Education at the national level. Within that project, we have the Ghana Education Outcomes Project, a job. So the job, the motivation to do job, the Ghana Education Outcomes Project, was to help us address certain challenges we have in the education sector. One, we had issues with learning outcomes. It was low in the country at the basic level. Two, we had issues with the equity of education service delivery. So in the capital cities, in the big cities in the country, it's easy for kids to have access to quality education. But if you go to the rural part of the country, opportunity for kids to access that level of quality of education was an issue. So as a ministry, we had started discussions around what the challenges were and what we can do. And our own diagnosis, we had identified one that funding was an issue. We had a huge funding gap. Annually, what we request for basic education and how much government is able to provide, there was a big gap. That was one. Two, we had identified that accountability, there was weak accountability in the system. Three, yes, we had noted that there were a number of partners, NGOs, that were working in the country to support the Ministry of Education or Education Sector in Ghana. But their effort was not that well coordinated, and it often not aligned to the priorities of the Ministry of Education. And then the fourth issue I had identified was that we're public institutions, we are civil servants, so we are not used to trying new things or innovative approaches. And so the discussion was to explore how we can find innovative ways of delivering service such that we can address the challenges that we had. And then in so given what we were seeking to do, we were approached by Education Outcomes Fund with a proposal to help us commission for outcomes and activities where we're going to commission for outcomes. So that is what birthed the Ghana Education Outcomes Project. So the object really, the motivation was that through that project, Commission for Outcomes, we will be able to partner with non-state actors in the delivery of this service. And by doing so, one, we're going to leverage the ability to mobilize additional resources to help us bridge the funding gap that we had. So that was a key objective for us. Two, we're going to rely on their innovative delivery approaches. And so the project was going to enable us to test those new approaches that will help us to achieve, to address the challenges that we had. And again, the third object that was that once we're using this tool, for the NGOs that were working within the space, we can galvanize them around the priorities that we have as a ministry, as a sector. So that is what those three areas are what we sought to achieve with the Ghana Education Outcomes Project. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have Day on the line now. Want to just double confirm before I ask the question? Yes, good?
Hello? Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
teacher.
Welcome.
Yes.
So, Day, welcome.
Thank you.
So a question for you. You have directed MCCU's experience with RBF to transform the performance of the water and electricity utility in Sierra Leone. Can you tell us a bit more about this experience and what motivated the adoption of RBF?
Yes, so the Sierra Leone, I hope everyone can hear me well.
Yes.
So great. So the Sierra Leone Threshold Program in Sierra Leone, which commenced in 2016, was focused on trying to improve the performance of the utilities, namely the water utility Guma Valley and the electricity utilities, which were separated between distribution and generation, as well as the regulator. So with the unbundling process that had gone on in the energy sector specifically, yes, we had been carrying out the functions of, providing energy services to the people of Sierra Leone, but with the unbundling and trying to create these new companies and a regulator, there was a requirement for these entities to be able to do business a little bit differently. So when the Threshold Program came into being, it was really designed to help support these entities to start to do their key activities. So to that end, we wanted to focus on really the capacity building and institutional strengthening of those institutions. So we weren't doing so much of the infrastructure type of investment, but what were the foundational kinds of investments that needed to be made in these utilities in order to improve performance. So that was the focus of the first 3 to 4 years of the Threshold Program. Now, having accomplished that, we wanted to find a way to be able to measure whether the capacity building and institutional strengthening had really taken root in these institutions.
All right, so we'll move on. Hopefully, Nde can reconnect. Perhaps if maybe someone can communicate for her to turn
Yes.
off her camera, it might create better bandwidth. Okay, so I will pass the next question to Florencia.
Can you hear me?
Oh, are you there? Okay. So, Florencia, your work in evidence-based policymaking, which seeks to improve policy design, can you tell us a little bit more about this? And also, what complementarity do you see between results-based financing and evidence-based policymaking?
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I would like first to thank for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here today with you. And also like to the fact that you are opening the discussion to other people working on sectors that are related but are not necessarily like exactly focused on FDRs. So I would like to start perhaps with a little bit of context in terms of like, as Alicia mentioned it before, I work for the Morocco Employment Lab that has been created like 2.5 years ago in Morocco thanks to an academic partnership with MCA. And here we're really focusing on employment. We're really doing work on employment. But behind the Morocco Employment Lab, there are like 2 research institutes who have like wider experience, like all over the world, but perhaps today the most like relevant one is the one on Africa, given the panel we are working on. And these 2 institutions are like Jamil Poverty Action Lab or JPAL, like depending on how people knows it, which is like research institute based at MIT, and Evidence for Policy Design, that is another research institute based at the Harvard Kennedy School. So these 2 institutions came together for this partnership with MCA. And I would say like mostly on JPAL's side, like there's like a wide experience working on Africa. At the beginning, JPAL, because perhaps some of you also have heard about JPAL, was like mainly focusing like on impact evaluations and randomized impact evaluations, but I think we are like all moving like to like an approach where we're thinking like more widely about evidence-based policy making. And when we think about evidence-based policy making, what we refer to is to the fact that at every step of a project, every step of the project can be informed by rigorous evidence. Okay? When we think about a program that we want to implement, we start by thinking about, okay, what are the needs that we are trying to address? And in order to do that, we need to have like rigorous like empirical analysis that allow us to know which is the diagnostic, which is the problem that this intervention is going to try to address. When we think about the program that we want to design to answer to those needs, we are going also to be in a much better position if we use the existing evidence that have been produced in other programs that are trying to address same issues, like in contexts that are close to the one we are working on. Then we have all the implementation phase where we need to know what happens while the implementation and whether a program like is implemented the way we're supposed to implement it. And then we get to the evaluation phase where we want to really learn about like how the intervention changed the lives of those that have been touched by the policy that we're implementing. So if we think about this framework, like in my opinion, like well, first, there are a common goal between FVRs and like policy-based, evidence-based policy making. That is the fact that we both want to achieve like policies that are effective. So I think we have a common goal in terms of like what we want to achieve with our work. When I think about FERs and the fact that you are focusing more like on how to best deliver those services, I would say something where evidence-based policymaking has an important role to play is that we cannot achieve like good results if we don't have like good policies that are being put in place. So all the work we do in like the like identifying needs and identifying the design of the program that is going to be implementing is something that is kind of a prerequisite to what then can be achieved through FVRs. I would say that during the implementation we have a really like common goal, because like we both want to know what happens, like whether the program is implemented in the way it's supposed to be implemented. Here I think FERs have like a kind of like are the champions in terms of like how we best implement and how, because like all the measurement is part of the program itself. It's embedded in the program design, and something where we can contribute like a little bit further is at the phase where we think about the impact evaluation. So we usually think about the impact evaluation really as something that goes from the definition of needs to like the produce of results about the impact. But there's this last phase, and I know that at least in Morocco, like many of the programs that have been implemented, like have like also like design impact evaluations like to accompany like the implementation of the programs. Is like also to be able to produce results like in terms of like to which extent this program changed the lives that are affected, like compared to a situation where like the program would have not been implemented, because that also like help us learning about what can be improved like in the design and at the implementation phase. But well, I think those are the areas where I see some complementarities between the two approaches.
Great, thank you. Very interesting to hear the intersections of these two critical areas. Maybe moving next to next question, that kind of to tease out a little bit more around what are the impacts of RBF. So Bernard, can you please, actually a question for both of you, can you please share the impact that RBF or similar effectiveness reforms is having or could have on the performance of social programs and the social delivery approach of governments? What have you learned through your experience about that transformational potential of RBF? And perhaps Florencia, if you could maybe answer that question, but maybe, you know, kind of incorporate your experience in terms of evidence-based policymaking.
Okay. So in my experience, as I was explaining, we have done two variants of RBF. One, where the incentive holder for the first two major projects with the World Bank, where the incentive holder is the Ministry of Education. So it's government that is delivering. We're using government system to deliver from national, regional, from the macro, meso, and then the micro level. That's one. And then the next one, the Ghana Education Outcomes Project, where we have gone ahead to actually contract non-state actors to do the delivery. So, and we'll pay those actors based on agreed results. So two variants, one with government as the incentive holder, and this one with non-state or third parties with social investors as well, providing the upfront financing for those two levels. For the second one, where we have contracted, implementation is starting this year, actually. So it's difficult to talk about impact because we are about to start implementation. But the ones where, the first two where we have government systems implementing, I think the impact from experience, what I have observed is one, there's increased focus on results or outcomes or what matters. So that's those two projects. Yes, it's result-based, but because it's government working with the World Bank in designing, what we paid against along the result chain includes input, activities, output, intermediate outcomes, and high outcomes. That is what we paid against, and this is government that is doing the actual implementation. And in that experience, the focus has been, if you go from the school level to the district level, the regional level, and the national level, there's always a focus on results, a focus on what they have to do to achieve the results such that we can get the funds disbursed to the Ministry of Education. So I think that's, for me, it's a huge positive. And then Previously, where we are doing implementation, where you go on monitoring visit and documentation on implementation activities is difficult to come by. With the result-based financing approach, what has happened is that from the school management level to the district management to the regional and the national level, we tend to keep better documentation. They document the activities that we are doing, so it's easy to monitor, it's able to generate the data to assess the effect of those activities, again, driven by the fact that they know that this is results-based, and therefore we need to be able to show the evidence as we had committed to do. There is, in my view, with that and working within government systems, unintended consequences. Now, the unintended one is this. So I may be, for the managers of the system, because in the financing arrangement, we have identified disbursement-linked indicators. So the achievement against which fund disbursement is done. Oftentimes, other support activities, so for instance, school inspection, monitoring and evaluation activities, which may not be tied to funding, there is oftentimes a refusal to fund those support activities. And this, I'm not sure in the design, those were not what we intended. But because in the design, we had certain output or results or activities that funds are tied to, the priority is on those ones, and other related activities, and in education, where you need to do a number of things to achieve the outcome. But once you design those areas where we prioritize, or those areas where we condition disbursement on, those are the areas where they tend to release funding for those activities to be done. And then other support areas where you don't have funding tied to, the posturing has been to refuse to release funding for those related activities to be done. That for me is an unintended consequence. And for us as practitioners within the space, as we try to deepen the use of RBF as an instrument, what that means is that we need, in the design, we need to be careful and ensure that we are tying fund disbursement to the critical results areas. Otherwise, from the experience we're seeing in Ghana, if you don't identify the critical areas to tie funding to, implementation and delivery may suffer. So that's the experience from my point. Thank you.
On my side, unfortunately, I don't have like direct experience working with like running impact evaluations with RBF. So I think yes, I think we can base more this answer like on people who has experience on it.
Sounds good. Thank you. So since we've talked about a little bit about, Bernard, your experience with the impacts of RBF, maybe if we can move on to kind of probing a little bit into what are some of the critical success factors for RBF. So just wanting to understand, what do you think are the prerequisites and success factors for RBF? And then for Florencia, this would be specific to prerequisites and success factors for your work in evidence-based policymaking to truly improve the performances or the performance of public policies and programs. And then also, what can governments do to establish those success factors before they embark on this journey?
Prerequisites, I tackle, I see them from the system level, and then when it comes to implementation as well. So yes, you need, for me,
Alors, nous aurons besoin d'un cadre de partenariat public-privé qui nous permet donc de reconnaître le fait que la fourniture de services reconnaissent que les acteurs non étatiques ont un rôle important à jouer. Donc, il y a une loi une loi PPP qui a été adoptée, nous permettant au ministère à travailler avec des partenaires, ce qui va nous permettre donc de réaliser davantage les objectifs de l'éducation au Ghana. Donc, ce cadre PPP va créer un certain espace pour les acteurs non étatiques, parties tiers, pour contribuer. Pour moi, cela est clé. Et en relation avec cela, il y a le système de passation de marché. Je pense qu'il faut mettre en place un système de passation et de documentation pour que les parties tiers puissent fournir des services d'éducation au Ghana. Et le projet sur le résultat éducatif au Ghana a été confronté à ce défi important, à savoir que cette centralisation avec les parties tiers s'est fait pour la première fois. Nous avons pris 3 ans pour préparer la documentation. Moi, je suis pas un expert en passation de marché, mais les conditions générales et les conditions particulières, les conditions générales, on ne pouvait pas les toucher. En plus du fait que ce que nous avions n'était pas pertinent, on ne peut pas les utiliser, ces conditions générales ne peuvent pas être utilisées à l'intention des parties tiers. Donc, pendant toute une année, il fallait donc impliquer procureur général et d'autres parties pour que nous puissions donc aller de l'avant. Donc pour moi, cela représente une condition préalable. Il faut avoir cet aspect-là présent. Alors pour le financement basé sur les résultats, le gouvernement, le parti gouvernemental n'a pas de problème par rapport à cela, mais quand il s'agit de contrats avec des parties tiers, besoin donc d'avoir des organisations qui ont les capacités à fournir les services. Nous font partie du gouvernement. Si nous n'avons pas les capacités, nous ne pourrions pas fournir les services. Donc, il faut des organisations dans le pays qui veulent et qui sont disponibles à mettre en œuvre et à montrer qu'ils disposent des capacités requises en matière de mise en œuvre du financement basé sur le résultat. Notre système de collecte des données joue un rôle clé également. Donc, dans 4 domaines de résultats, un système qui a été mis en place pour évaluer la performance des étudiants ou des élèves, pour collecter les données concernant les tests. Il fallait pouvoir avoir un système pour collecter ces données. Donc, nous avions un système que nous avons testé, bien développé, et ceci est important. Dernier point. Se mettre d'accord sur les extrants. Et si vous avez de meilleures interventions et que vous êtes en mesure d'évaluer le coût des extrants, ceci est important. Mais si ce n'est pas le cas, eh bien, il faut donc discuter avec les fournisseurs de services pour voir le coût que vous allez payer pour ces extrants. Autrement, ils vont traîner, etc. Et l'expérience au Ghana montre que ce sont là les conditions préalables pour assurer le succès de la mise en œuvre. Merci. Je crois que pour ce qui nous concerne, quand nous parlons de l'élaboration de politique basée sur les résultats, c'est crucial et ceci se base sur la volonté politique et voilà aussi la connaissance que nous pourrions générer à travers cette approche. Ceci va permettre de formuler notre compréhension et voir comment nous pouvons améliorer les politiques sociales. Autrement, au niveau gouvernemental, il devient impossible de réfléchir à des élaborations des politiques basées sur des données probantes dans notre pays. Nous avons vu deux manières de faire. Une manière avancée ou graduelle, des études donc menées, et nos partenaires vont comprendre le sens de cette approche et nous allons construire avec le partenaire donc graduellement, petit à petit, et ensuite généraliser. Ou alors, là, une autre approche différente serait d'avoir un champion fort au sein du gouvernement jusqu'à quel point cette approche pourrait être utile et ce champion va mener. Alors, c'est pour moi la condition préalable clé pour la réussite. Il y a d'autres éléments qui sont aussi importants, savoir le choix du timing, du moment pour commencer à travailler avec les partenaires. Par exemple, les partenaires pourraient être en réformes importantes, ils sont en phase d'apprentissage, ils se posent plusieurs questions par rapport à quelle politique appliquer et à quel point cela apporte des solutions à leurs problèmes. Et aussi, il y a la question des capacités. Donc il faut travailler avec le gouvernement pour renforcer les capacités au sein du gouvernement. Et non pas que nous allons faire le travail, nous essayons de changer la culture en matière de conception de politique. Alors assez souvent, et d'ailleurs ça devient de plus en plus, ça arrive de plus en plus, des ministères sont nos partenaires. Et il faut créer de telles capacités au sein du gouvernement. Mais dans le même temps, nous avons besoin d'avoir des équipes en tant que partenaires disponibles et disposées à assimiler ces connaissances. Et il faut de la formation et du renforcement de capacités. Ceci joue un rôle très important, ce que nous avons fait au Maroc. Et c'est incroyable comment vraiment notre compréhension évolue en interaction avec les partenaires pour parler la même langue et comprendre pourquoi certains aspects sont très importants. Je crois qu'il faut travailler en notre collaboration avec les partenaires et savoir que le renforcement de capacité est fondamental et ceci requiert du financement pour la mise en œuvre. Ce sont là les facteurs clés, à mon avis. Merci à vous deux. Alors, la question suivante nous permet de passer au thème des défis pour aller de l'avant avec le financement basé sur les résultats et les politiques, l'élaboration de politiques basées sur les résultats. Florencia, vous en avez un petit peu parlé dans la réponse que vous venez d'apporter, mais il y a aussi donc les défis relatifs au renforcement des capacités dans le contexte africain. Généralement, nous avons des capacités qui sont assez faibles. Quelles sont les opportunités pour vous que vous avez vues par rapport à l'application de l'élaboration des politiques basées sur les résultats et comment pouvons-nous donc gérer ces contraintes si vous avez d'informations à ajouter par rapport à l'aspect capacité? Et je vous donnerai la parole ensuite. Alors, par rapport aux défis en matière de mise en œuvre du financement basé sur les résultats, des politiques basées sur les résultats. Alors, quand on n'a pas beaucoup de ressources, et en tant que fonctionnaire du public, je suis d'accord, nous n'avons pas suffisamment de ressources pour mener le travail attendu. Surtout quand il y a un projet qui essaie de mobiliser davantage de ressources, mais qui voit des parties tiers s'occuper de la mise en œuvre. La plupart de ceux qui s'occupent de la mise en œuvre sentent que vous leur faites des reproches et c'est injuste, de façon injuste. Donc, alors qu'au niveau national, vous ne leur avez pas fourni les ressources dont ils ont besoin. Donc non, je n'ai pas trouvé de solution en fait à cela, honnêtement. Alors, deuxièmement, pour moi-même et pour d'autres personnes qui travaillent dans ce domaine, il y a un défi, à savoir une certaine suspicion par rapport à cette voie que nous suivons pour que des tierces parties viennent profiter donc de ces ressources rares. Car toute discussion qui est menée sur les investisseurs sociaux qui pourraient gagner, pourraient avoir certaines marges tout en prenant un certain risque financier, cela a été très difficile pour nous de communiquer sur ce message. Donc il y a de la suspicion chez la plupart des personnes. Par rapport au financement basé sur les résultats. Alors, un autre défi est celui lié aux capacités. Bien sûr, il faut avoir des champions. Oui, il faut mettre en place des champions avec un nombre minimum de personnes qui devraient bien comprendre ce concept. Mais très souvent, nous sommes retrouvés tout seuls. Et j'ai essayé cet exercice plusieurs fois. J'espère que à d'autres occasions, nous aurons d'autres personnes d'autres pays pour nous dire comment ils ont géré cela, y compris dans d'autres secteurs. J'ai travaillé avec des collègues du Nigeria qui pourraient nous parler ce qu'ils ont fait dans ce domaine. Nous se sentons un peu seuls. Il faut avoir des champions pour donc le financement basé sur les résultats. Nous n'en avons pas beaucoup. Voilà. Je pourrais reprendre la parole plus tard. Alors, pour moi, cette question est liée à la précédente. Et il y a des défis, effectivement, par rapport à la perception des politiques basées sur les résultats. Et ceci est très proche de ce que nous avons dit par rapport au financement basé sur les résultats. Jusqu'à quel point ceci pourrait nous aider à améliorer les politiques mises en œuvre et aussi par rapport à la perception de ce processus comme un processus d'apprentissage. Non pas que nous allons pénaliser les gens, que la production des données vise à punir une personne. Donc, c'est vraiment, l'objectif, c'est d'apprendre de ce que nous faisons et sur cette base, améliorer les choses. Chaque fois que nous commençons notre discussion avec les partenaires, ils veulent rien savoir d'évaluation. Personne avec qui je travaille pour eux, donc l'évaluation, il faut travailler là-dessus par rapport à l'évaluation, car cette évaluation aide énormément. Il faut aussi qu'ils comprennent de façon plus précise l'utilité de ce processus et comprendre le cycle du projet et que cela requiert une phase d'évaluation par rapport à la mise en œuvre. Donc, il faut qu'ils comprennent les différentes phases du projet et voir quelles sont les données probantes qui peuvent être utilisées. Au départ, c'est un peu difficile, mais à fur et à mesure que nous travaillons, à travers la formation, les choses deviennent plus faciles. Mais cela prend du temps pour s'assurer que nous avons la même perception des choses. Autre point plus spécifique, c'est l'institutionnalisation de cette approche et renforcer la capacité des équipes. Je crois qu'on ne peut pas vraiment se préparer par rapport à cela à l'avance. Ces processus sont en construction. C'est un lent processus. Je n'ai pas vu un seul gouvernement commencer le premier jour et que tout soit au point dès le départ. Donc nous pouvons contribuer à mettre en place une telle culture. Et enfin, je dirais que il y a un certain point où nous commençons, nous nous basons sur les données produites. Donc il y a la question de l'accès aux données avec des procédures qui ne sont pas claires à 100% parfois. Donc notre approche est une approche de recherche. Il est vrai que nous n'avons pas les mêmes relations, mais il y en a parfois des sous-contractants, il y a la question de la confidentialité importante. Et quand nous travaillons avec les données, il faut faire plus d'avantages pour améliorer l'accès aux données, pour pouvoir établir des diagnostics. Et souvent, ce n'est pas par manque de volonté de la part des personnes avec qui nous travaillons, mais il y a des procédures qui sont établies d'une certaine façon qui rend les choses difficiles. Ou alors, le système d'information est conçu de façon qui rend l'accès aux données difficile. Merci. Question suivante. La question suivante va donc nous amener à parler de l'avenir, ce que nous réserve l'avenir en matière de financement basé sur les résultats et par rapport à l'élaboration des politiques sur lesquelles vous travaillez à Florencia. Alors hier, nous avons écouté le ministre de l'inclusion économique et il y a des pilotes et nous voulons donc mettre en échelle cela. Quelle est votre vision pour la mise en échelle au niveau du continent et ce dont nous avons besoin pour intégrer ces approches, les mettre à l'échelle. Donc, qu'est-ce qui manque pour Bernard? Ceci est spécifique contexte de résultats basés sur financement basé sur les résultats et pour Florencia. Est-ce que quelle est votre vision par rapport à la conception des politiques basées sur les résultats? Alors, mise à l'échelle, oui, d'accord, de façon effective, mise à l'échelle des redimensionnement des outils, financement basé sur les États, nous n'arrivons pas encore à le faire, la base manque. Donc nous voulons plutôt adopter une approche graduelle. Pour l'élargissement, il nous faut apprendre davantage, il nous faut générer les données probantes pour apporter donc l'efficacité. Donc il faut y aller doucement par rapport à la mise à l'échelle. Mais c'est vrai, cet outil est très important, elle a sa place au niveau de la fourniture de services éducatifs au Ghana, mais également dans le secteur à travers d'autres pays. Il y a des défis qui existent au niveau de ce secteur. Le secteur public n'apporte pas donc du soutien en ce sens. Mobiliser les enfants pour qu'ils viennent à l'école, ce n'est pas le rôle des enseignants ou des gestionnaires. C'est une activités qui pourraient être mieux accomplies par les ONG, par d'autres fournisseurs de services. Nous pourrions donc mobiliser ces fournisseurs de services, ces fournisseurs de services autour de ces aspects critiques. Donc, ce que nous devons faire. Alors, ma vision, à l'instar de nos amis de Colombie, c'est que par rapport aux motivations qui se situent au niveau ministériel, nous voudrions avoir des projets où des incitations sont plutôt au niveau micro et qu'au niveau des districts et non pas au niveau national. Et ce faisant, il faut mettre en place des orientations par rapport à la contractualisation et comment cela peut être fait dans le cadre de leurs espaces. Alors, par rapport à ce qui manque, je crois qu'en Afrique, au niveau multilatéral, au niveau régional, nous pourrions donc travailler davantage avec la Banque africaine de développement, l'Union africaine. Ce sont des institutions qui sont importantes pour donc motiver ce genre de programme au niveau régional et donc les engager à faire en sorte qu'ils soient plus impliqués. Il y a les comités économiques ECOWAS, le pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest aussi, et qui peuvent appuyer en matière de capital humain. Si nous pouvons faire en sorte que toutes les institutions participent à la promotion de ces outils, ceci va encourager l'utilisation du financement de ces résultats davantage dans la région. Merci. Alors, pour ce qui nous concerne, essayons de mettre l'accent sur l'institutionnalisation des approches d'absorption de politique publique basées sur les données probantes en partenariat avec les gouvernements. Et c'est là où ces deux institutions, c'est de cette façon-là qu'elles conçoivent le travail à l'avenir, travailler avec le gouvernement public et avoir une présence permanente dans les pays et avoir donc un maximum de personnes travaillant avec cette approche. Je crois que les deux institutions, y compris EPAD, investissent dans ce domaine. J'essaie de dater cette approche de façon générale, comme une approche générale. Voilà donc la tâche principale, mais l'un des défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés aujourd'hui, c'est ce que nous vivons au Maroc aujourd'hui. Après un certain temps de notre présence, nous sommes plus proches du gouvernement, nous essayons d'avoir des discussions plus étroites avec le ministère qui travaille avec nous. Mais il y a de plus en plus d'opportunités un petit peu qui commencent à surgir en matière de financement. Mais pas beaucoup d'opportunités de financement pour ce genre de partenariat. Car en fait, nous avons besoin d'un partenariat qui va au-delà d'une seule année, 2-3 ans minimum pour renforcer ce genre de capacité au sein du gouvernement. Je crois que c'est un aspect qui requiert encore davantage de rapprochement. Alors, en guise de conclusion, je dirais que vraiment, ça a été très intéressant d'écouter vos contributions, à vous deux. Et Bernard, vous avez partagé avec nous vos idées par rapport à l'importance d'apprendre des autres. Et vous avez aussi souligné que vos collègues d'Éthiopie, au Nigeria et d'autres pourraient participer. Ce serait intéressant, faire un siège a apprécié votre action qui a été mise sur les contraintes liées aux capacités. Donc, j'ai apprécié toute cette discussion. En conclusion, je voudrais que vous nous disiez, en un mot, ce que vous, un mot de clôture, vous, Bernard, de la perspective de l'approche financement basé sur les résultats, et vous, Florencia, par rapport aux élaborations des politiques, nous dire ce que nous réserve l'avenir. Alors, non pas en un mot, pas un seul mot. Je crois qu'il faut renforcer ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui pour aller plus en profondeur dans ce que nous faisons et voir comment améliorer les choses pour qu'il y ait plus d'impact en matière d'élaboration de politique. Je crois qu'il s'agit d'un outil prometteur pour améliorer la fourniture des services publics. Le financement basé sur les résultats est un outil prometteur en ce sens. Faisons les choses de la bonne façon, voilà. Et assurons-nous que nous en avons les capacités. Je suis d'accord. Merci à vous deux et ça a été vraiment intéressant d'écouter vos contributions, la perspective du Ghana, la perspective du Maroc, et merci d'avoir fait partie de ce panel. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Alicia Robinson, pour la modération de ce panel.
Thank you for the moderation, excellent moderation. Thank you for the contribution of the panelists to this rich debate. We had a feedback session scheduled, but given timekeeping issues, we would like to move the feedback to this afternoon and invite you now for lunch.
No, that's the challenge with hybrids, right?
Ok. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je fais un peu de bruit pour attirer l'attention des gens qui sont dehors. Les deux? Ça va pas trop amplifier, ça va? Ouais. On m'attend encore, je pense, 2 minutes. On me dit de commencer, donc je vais commencer. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je m'appelle Florence Oberholzer, je suis consultante senior chez Instiglio. C'est un vrai plaisir d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui. Ce matin, nos chers
We're delighted to be along with you. Our institutional partners told us this morning about their experience during the 6 to 8 last years and provide us their institutional perspective. And today we're going to focus more on technical learning related to the delivery science. So we're going to focus only on the two pilots, INDH and MCA pilots. As you know, Instiglio has been privileged to support these two pilots, not only for design but also regarding implementation. We've been the focal point for the donors, and also it has to do with the verification, follow-up platform and other issues. We have gathered a lot of data regarding the results, quantitatively and also qualitatively. And we have organized monthly meetings with the service providers, and we're part of the pilot steering committees. And indeed, here we are gathering today to present you with the key messages stemming from the implementation. We'll have a Q&A session after. This will enable you to go into more depth regarding the themes of interest to you. And we will listen to the testimonies of the service providers. We have a sample of service providers to listen to their testimonies to enrich our discussion. So this discussion comes in three parts. We'll start first with the objectives of our learning agendas. So also I'll talk to the design of the pilots. Dana Pauline mentioned this part yesterday, and we will talk about the core of the issue regarding the main learnings of the pilots. The aim here is to see what are the performance factors, what accounts for the fact that some service providers have been more successful than others. And we have put in 4 different groups such learners. We have first what we have the technical design for results-based financing, and also we have the action models, all the active types of activities being implemented in the field. Third category, procedures and program management, all that has to do with the concrete elements that should be there before starting implementation. I have to select the service providers, you need to prepare them, you need to set up a governance structure and performance management. And also we'll talk about gender and social inclusion, which is indeed the depth, which is a very important theme. So through this analysis, which lasted 4 months, we have collected a lot of learnings. Yeah, I will tell you about 10 of them, the most outstanding, and which goes out of the usual box. Let me recall the design here. This was presented yesterday afternoon. MCA pilot lasted for 3 years. It was first to last for 16 months, but it was extended because of the sanitary situation. We finished the activities last year, and we're still checking the last results of this pilot. The ANDH pilot is shorter. It was implemented some years later. It was to last for 1 year, but it is expected to finish within the few coming months. The objectives of these pilots is to try the FPR approach and see what learners could be drawn and be benefit for further work. So this could be indeed helpful for you, for those who are experiencing this approach at the national level or at the international level. Regarding target populations, youth from 18 to 35 years old, job seekers for MCA. We have given priority to women and non-graduates, focusing more on these two groups. For INDH, we have given priority to non-graduates, but with more focus on long-term unemployed, those who are unemployed for more than 6 months. Activities related to FBR philosophy. We have left freedom to the service providers to decide regardless of the form and the action models, but for the two pilots, we made it mandatory to have a number of minimum hours devoted to life skills. We thought that soft skills was really the bottleneck regarding employment, and we have made it mandatory to have a minimum of hours devoted to this. And in Dash, we uniform this to 30 hours for the graduate and 60 hours for the non-graduates. As we said before, we had 8 service providers for MCA and 6 also participated in the ASH pilot. So this was a good interaction in the same territory with almost the same service providers. The results set $5 million for MCA integration and keeping all the youth in the job. Those are the final results, that is to increase employability. So for the ASH pilot, the budget was smaller, $2 million, more than half related to integration and maintaining results. So this is for design. I'd like to talk now to the governance structure, which is quite relevant here. As you can see, we have a structure which is different between the two pilots. So for MCA pilots, we have a centralized management within MCA-Morocco. It is this agency which conducts the follow-up, disburses, makes disbursement, and everything is centralized. We have the 8 service providers paid based on result. We have the ICE consultancy, a partner here following us with today online check-in, doing the verification, and we are working on we do the design. So for MCA, it is a centralized approach. For the NDH pilots, things are more complicated. The national coordination is the central manager of the program, but the rest is decentralized through the social action divisions, DAS, existing in the 23 provinces and prefectures. They do the follow-up and disbursement along with the service providers. As we said yesterday, what's interesting regarding the NDH pilot, this is the first ownership through local people, and this is the case because it has been so successful that some conventions have been renewed, and they are continuing their work without the support of MCA, So I just wanted to recall this. So let's recall something about performance. Because you mentioned this yesterday, for MCA, performance is quite good. Take into consideration the crisis context, which was quite difficult, as you can imagine it, because we are aiming at keeping the youth in their jobs, and there are less and less job offers. We are not yet at the end. We still have some months for implementation. I think it will be time for us then to evaluate such performance. What we showed yesterday is that you can see here an aggregated snapshot as a general performance. What you cannot see behind, we do not want to overwhelm you with the graphs. So this is a relation between service providers and the territories. So the objectives here through these learnings is to understand the nuts and bolts behind the variation in performance. So this is the time I have been waiting for. For me, I have been working on this for 5 months now. I will deal with this through categories. I'll start with design, the FBR design first. Talking about learnings, I'd like to make to recall, to make sure that you are aware of the process behind the scene of the design generally, in order to decide regarding what price, unit price, that should be given to a beneficiary, that should be integrated and maintain his job. There are 2 approaches. We need to do market benchmarking to see what are the data available regarding the market. What's the average price given by an APPEC or any other agency for training? What is the average price for recruitment and maintenance? And as Francia from JEPA said, rightly so, we don't need data we do not have. The second approach is the price taken approach. The donor asks us to provide the prices for service providers from service providers, and then we will calculate the average price. So this is risky. So we do the necessary diligence to make sure that the prices are reasonable. On that basis, we build a payment structure, a unit price that will be integrated into the convention. That's what we did. The first observation here, while focusing on, while having look back with the best forecast, we focus on those who have the best performance. This might sound obvious as an exercise, but it's not really the case. This requires a lot of detailed understanding of the action model. You need to do estimates for the future regarding risks we cannot calculate, and this is a new action model. We are not sure how much it's going to cost, so it's quite complex. But this exercise is quite important because a payment structure which is not well done, a unit price which is not well fixed, this could cause bias. The estimate could lead to biased estimates, so we should not underestimate. And this is related to Mr. Akash and Mr. Daniel Oliveira yesterday to support the service providers working in a system which is not very mature, in order to help them set forecast-based budgets. We need to have a sound basis for the program to be implemented. Second, learning. This is about verification. This is done in the framework of FBR project, something quite technical. We need to be focused on the results that we need to measure. What are the indicators reflecting such results, and what type of data we need to collect. So this should be thought of as a quite technical task. And look at Mrs. Malki, who is here with us. She's from APPROACHES. Indeed, this is also a function which is relatively politic, because this verification means performance. So the ones conducting verification are guarantee also the performance of the program. So with in the ASH part, we have 23 local implementers who wanted to have direct contact with the direct contact with those doing the check-in. They want to understand why in one territory the results are better, and the best to provide this information is to ask the checkers, those who do the verification. So later on, it could be interesting to think of merging the role of the manager of the program with the verification in order to reduce the gap of understanding between the stakeholders. Well, of course, this should be careful to avoid the conflicts of interest, and for the NDASH pilots, this might make the process smoother. So here we have the two main outstanding teachings talked about design. Now I'd like to talk about the action model. But before, let me briefly recap the typical action model on the part of service providers, who would start with the probing the labor market within its territory to see what types of job offers exist, and see what are the profiles that should be sought. So through he will communicate on the program in order to attract potential beneficiaries, and also prospect the employers to know who are the employers recruiting. So based on this, he will select the beneficiaries, identify the needs, and identify a training relevant program. So there are soft skills. As we said, this is the only thing we made mandatory within 2 pilots. Also, we should have intermediation activities. It is there's one part regarding what should be provided, training to how to make an interview and how to be in touch for those who are looking for specific profiles, but also could provide specific training for particular profiles. These are called activities, action models on the part of the service providers. To be more technical, let me talk about the change theory, how these activities are translated into the SALT impact. And now we have different activities, including intermediation, and on that basis, we will check that the beneficiary has acquired the behavior and as well as technical skills in order to respond to a job offer and get integrated. These are what we call the intermediate results. And through follow-up on the long run, many phone calls with the beneficiaries to see how things are going, and this will lead to maintaining them in their position, and I hope that will be satisfied as well as having satisfied recruiters. I know that not all of you are working in the employment sector. That's why I focused on this to set the stage. So regarding the action model, I have an observation which might sound obvious, but it is really the service providers who have a pre-established network or with the businesses that have managed to secure upstream jobs, and in a context such as the one of Morocco, where the employment is not only related to the absence of life skills, we recommend to involve the employer at the very beginning of the program upstream to secure the job offers, and to the in interviews we have realized that it's good to have to implement both working and studying at the same time, and to promote this, and this will indeed get the providers with a stronger ownership on the adhesion of the employers. Second observation, it's more fuzzy, more softer. This is the role regarding the human contacts, not only with beneficiaries but also the employers. We should set a relationship of trust to gain ownership. So a service provider has been indeed very good communicating on the FBR approach. He explained that so he trained them, and this very clear communication regarding the added value of the program is something which enables to have more adhesion. And as you know, we have a lot of employment programs in Morocco. This will show that our program is special compared to the others. So come and register with us. So this enables us to set a trust-based relationship. I can hear some whispers in the room. I understand that some people have questions in this regard. So let's shift to the third, learning regarding the procedures and program management. Let me start by recalling something which was mentioned yesterday by Anita, and I think Khayan as well, regarding the fact that FBR is a maximum flexibility tool. This will make us get rid of paperwork or reduce paperwork, and we think of it usually as a way on the part of the donor who will sign the conventions, and he will leave completely from the activities implemented by the service provider, and he will let the service providers do their activities they want. You will see how they will get adapted to that. So what we have seen in a ecosystem which is not very mature, this is not the approach that to be adopted, and it has not been adopted in the pilots. We do need absolutely to strengthen the service providers' capacities, not only upstream but all the way. Everybody receives training regarding the legal aspects, disbursement. Regarding disbursement, we have also done the follow-up through monthly meetings. We have been there, but we could have been present ever more. Same thing for Siglo and for other actors in order to help them make this transition towards the new approach. I mentioned before the forecasts budget. We could provide support in this regard also, but there's also financial follow-up during the program. This is important because this is we should also stay focused on the results, but it's also important to be focused on the financial sheet, because this is important for as a incentive. The financial management could have been strengthened further before and during the program. The services providers should be supported, yet the program manager also needs to be supported. Regarding the NDH pilot, there was something quite heterogeneous regarding the core of the programs. Some understood, some less, especially regarding check-in and also regarding the principle of FPR. So we're going to insist on this. When we are setting up this ecosystem, we should not focus only on the good incentives, but also we should strengthen the teams at different levels to implement the program, including the legal people, because usually these are those who are hamper the work and could be surprised by the new disbursement mechanisms, which are quite new for institutions accustomed to paying based on activities. Third, for this type of learning, FPR is presented like a magic tool. But in fact, each actor has his own different interests, and there are things which are out of reach here and could impact the results. For MCA pilots, some were reluctant to communicate regarding difficulties they faced, maybe because did not want to harm their reputation. That for in the ASH there are DAS which have very limited teams, or sometimes there are deadlines for signature, for disbursement. So we should not underestimate such aspects, and for future programs we would like to recommend to think of integrating accountability mechanisms for all actors and all levels. Some indicators regarding dashboard indicators regarding the results, but also about the management indicators. Have the conventions been signed in time? Have the committees set? Have they held their meetings? And the last learning is related to gender and social integration, social inclusion. So for our programs, for those who are aware of that, so they have heard of differential pricing, where we will pay a higher price for women compared to men to encourage service providers to choose that population. So for the two pilots, we have not used this differential pricing. We set up quotas. This is a very simple tool and a very efficient one. No need to do analysis for complicated data. For MCA pilots, there are quotas, and the India's pilot did not have any quotas. And there was really a big focus on women for this pilot. I think that we had 70% of women getting trained at the training phase, and it was 40-50 for Indiash. This is a very simple learning, maybe, but this enables us to respond to this question we discussed with Hanan. Does FBR work for vulnerable groups? We think that it does, but we think also that we not have one solution for all cases, because we need a very tailored support for in the H pilot. You recall that we had a minimum threshold of 60 hours for the non-graduates. Life skills, it's not easy for the non-graduates to go through 60 hours. These people are urgently need a job because of their vulnerability. So it would have been better to reduce the number of these hours and maybe remove them at all, completely. Other service providers insisted on the social psychological dimension, which we did not consider enough in the design of the program. So vulnerable groups require more than training. There are issues related to self-esteem, especially for people who are employed for a long time. So this is to tell you that learning means also providing maximum flexibility, so to allow for alternating training, and also think of something like psychosocial action. I'll be delighted to have your questions, to respond to your questions.
Microphone's arriving. Well, we seem to have having an issue with the microphone. Thank you very much. It was very rich and interesting. A quick question when it comes to the financial aspect during implementation. Could you give us some more detail on this? If I understand correctly your question, financial management of service providers during implementation. Well, this was managed by service providers who were not requested to provide detailed accounts. They were given the latitude to manage We just asked budgets at the end to try to understand the effective costs as compared to initially planned costs. That's where we realized there was a gap for certain providers, but we did not interfere in this aspect of things. But there was technical assistance provided to the providers targeted as maybe a heavier risk. We had an external consultant who gave you 2-3 days of financial assistance. But it's a good question. Maybe we could ask the providers again in the panel and who could provide you with more details. But maybe, yes, we could have a closer monitoring next time. We would have a monthly discussions. You realized a certain number of questions when it comes to qualitative performance, but less when it comes to financial. Maybe in the third year, where we realized that certain providers had a deficit because of the MCA program. But that was, yes, one of the main lessons learned in both pilots. Thank you. General inspection for the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. You suggested merging verification and inspection. What are the advantages of this? Well, there might be some disadvantages that I did not mention, but the advantages creates much more fluidity in the communication. The manager, the provider knows very well the detail of operation. It provides the same level of details. So we have two entities that provide the same service but don't speak enough to each other, and it just creates duplicate in the system, which is why to highlight these duplicates and create better communication. If there is a conflict of interest, it could remove some of the neutrality in the verification, which is sometimes necessary, but if it's well done, it could be quite efficient. Another solution would be to have an external partner, such as Instiglio, another consultant, which supports both implementation and verification, to reduce conflicts of interest between verification. Omar Marie. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to see you all here and realize that the RBF program has progressed so well. I wanted to comment on the fact that on this idea of the provider ensuring its own verification, which is quite difficult to implement, as in my experience, in being in charge of a program, it is difficult. It is better to have an external consultant, this is really a lot of work to ensure that the youth are indeed compliant with eligibility criteria, requires to check their age, their diplomas. Is a lot of work. And then you have to have surprise visits. So that is a lot of work. And ANAPEC has a lot of responsibility in this domain to check whether or not we need at least 6 declarations to ensure, for example, that the people are in employment. 6 declarations of at least 15 days and all the other aspects that need to be verified before you move on to payments. The verifier checks all this and to ensure, for example, that the quotas are respected for agreements for women, for non-graduates. This verification is also the responsibility of the provider, as they will as the manager. Sorry. So, in my experience, I must say it's quite difficult to implement. If I may, if I can take a bit more time, is to bear witness to this program, because I've seen all the stages from inception to up till 2021. From my case, we went through some difficult stages, be it for MCA or the providers, as the agreements were signed in end of February, and then we were confined in March. We couldn't move on to online training, as the target population very often could not could not go online, and the providers themselves were not ready to go online. It was quite difficult to do the training. We couldn't gather people in groups, and there were many restrictions on numbers, conditions that needed to be implemented to deliver training. And these situations required ever more solutions, and I'd like to thank our partners, MCC, the Ministry of Finance, MCC, and MCA, of course, for being able to manage problems as they occurred and try to find solutions. For example, eligibility criteria. We realized that in the COVID era, it was impossible to meet them, that the insertion contract was not authorized, was then eventually authorized, as companies did not want to hire graduates without using this contract. We had to incrementally improve things because of the context. So I'm delighted to see that providers were able to overcome the challenges, and I really hope this RBF program lasts a long time. Yes, not only did they succeed, but they even moved on to the INDH pilot program, the second iteration. Another question? Good morning, good afternoon, ladies. My name is Rizla Shishdi, responsible for financing at the Ministry of Agriculture. I would like to comment on the issue of this idea of the manager, the provider being verifier as well. with 13 years experience in the management of financed projects, the verifier must maintain its sovereignty to ensure impartiality. You can't both execute and judge by yourself. That's what I believe. Thank you. Any other questions towards other lessons learned? I can see that this idea was a bit polemical. Yes, thank you. Risk management. How was risk management approached amongst by providers? Excellent question, which we will be able to ask service providers directly. How did they face this crisis context? Maybe we could give the floor directly to one of the providers. We will. Different providers focused on different strategies. Some focused on reducing teams so as to work for longer. Some decided to finance the MCR pilot themselves. So different providers deployed different strategies to manage this risk. If I may use a quick clarification. When you speak of verification, did you have a sample? No, okay. And why not? All the results were verified in line with predetermined criteria, but we did get a sample to triangulate certain information. We did surprise visits in the field so that and when the verifier would show up at the training, measure attendance, did it start on time, the quality of the training. These surprise visits were made randomly. So part of it was sampling, but all the results of insertion were verified with APPROACHES, and all eligibility criteria were checked for everyone. Yes, thank you. Quick comment when it comes to financial management. As you know, we had different service providers, different sizes and capacity. Some private, some not-for-profit. When it came to building our partners' capacity, we had budgeted for the capacity building, but it was insufficient. So maybe one of the lessons learned is to ensure that there is enough of a budget for capacity building. When it comes to verification, the requirements imposed by the institutional partners needed to cross-reference the data between the APPROACHES employment agency or the CNSS for a national insurance and retirement scheme, which meant that there was almost a triangular cooperation. There was Instiglio, the verifier, and then the institutional partner. Which would cross-reference as public institutions cannot just open up their file and information to any party. So cross-referencing was a bit tricky. And Mrs. Merky may, if we could give her the microphone to have a better understanding of what the verification work entails, and this triangulation really does add a significant layer of complexity. Yes, please, Mrs. Melky, could you tell us more about your experience in this field? Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you most sincerely for the support you've been providing in this program. When it comes to verification, indeed, we did deploy tools to facilitate this effort, which was done in partnership with CNSS, which is obviously our key partner in this field. To ensure the implementation of programs. And as part of this partnership, we implemented a web service that provided a real-time link between the ANAPEC and CNSS databases to get the salary declarations for the beneficiaries, and the information which was implemented focused on the relevant months, the 24 months of declaration, the number of days declared per month. And this was implemented directly in our own database. It's quite it's seamless integration, and this it comes into a consideration when we will look at the scaling up of the system and the devolution locally of this program specifically when it comes to verification. But until now, it's all been centralized through files, which works both on an individual basis and a group basis, and provides the desired results, and it also cross-referenced with the ANAPEC database to determine whether or not the people have enjoyed an employment, and are they registered with ANAPEC. And whether or not they did enjoy training such as support for employment or contractualized training or qualifying training. So this second aspect was quite challenging, as training is not included in the information systems, which made it difficult to conduct these verifications, as they had to be done quote manually, unquote, through an Excel spreadsheet. So we had partly automated systems and partly manual systems, so as to provide timely data to verifiers, be it for verification of eligibility, of employment, and the verification of the persistence of employment. And this was also done in cross-reference also with INDH data. Well, thank you very much for this colossal effort. Thank you very much. We're very grateful. I believe we've finished with our Q&A. We can move out 20 seconds, if I may, just to say that this pilot was conducted in particularly difficult conditions, including the verification mechanisms. This was a requirement by our institutional partners, and there were actually alternatives that would have simplified things, but as we were working with these partners, we had to follow their requirements, which meant the most demanding conditions when it came to verification, and which was even further complicated by COVID. So it was a trial by fire that was quite harrowing, quite demanding, I must say. Thank you very much. We will now move to the next discussion panel with 4 of the 8 service providers involved. And this next part will be moderated by my colleague. Thank you very much for this sharing of learning. We will continue now with our service providers, who will be bearing testimonies of their experience in the field, and then we will have a feedback session.
Bonjour, bonjour à toutes et à tous, et bienvenue à ce tout dernier panel, et pas des moindres, puisqu'on va avoir l'occasion d'écouter ceux qui sont en première ligne, les acteurs de terrain, les prestataires que j'invite.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome these panelists who will be sharing with us their experience in the field. So 2 main objectives for this last panel. First, to collect testimonies from actors in the field who participated in both RBF pilots, and to discuss the different lessons learned as introduced by Florence, and maybe return to some of the questions which were asked in the Q&A sessions previously, but to which you would be better suited. First, thank you for being amongst us. We have Wafa Ezwar. Thank you. Could you introduce yourself quickly and introduce what your organization does? Good morning. Mezwar, representative of the school and business bridge. We are we are officially recognized as a public utility. We focus on education. We start at the earliest stage, even before in pre-primary stages. We intervene in public school to improve learnings when it comes to science, environment, and digital, and we coordinate the different stakeholders in the education environment, and we started focusing on the school dropouts to support young people who had young dropouts who became known later on as NEETs. In a wider definition from 15 to 35 years old, and we were delighted to partake in the MCC, this RBF MCC program and the INDH program. Thank you very much. Mr. Raid Haidar of the Education for Employment Partnership Director in an NGO, a non-profit organization. We've been in Morocco since 2008. We are part of an international network. Our mission from inception is to support those seeking employment and strengthening their employability. We focus on the professional insertion of Moroccan youth through reskilling and upskilling, which focus mostly on soft skills, but with some dedicated skills training. We focus on IT and a lot of work in green jobs and renewables. But we also support young people in helping them become entrepreneurs or self-employed. So delighted to be amongst you. I would also like to make the most of this opportunity to thank Instiglio, MCC, MCA for their support, the ICE cabinet who did much to verify our results, our institutional partners, ANAPEC and CNSS. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Bentoumia, Amethyst. I'm the director of Amethyst. We're an American-based, Washington, D.C.-based NGO. We focus on education and training. In Morocco, we focus on employability, where we have worked with INDH and MCC, and before that we were working already in Khalibga, Dakhla, Layoun, focusing on employability and entrepreneurship. Furthermore, we are known for teaching English in multiple offices and cultural exchanges and support to the Ministry of Education. We've been in Morocco for more than 40 years and we're delighted to be here and involved in both these pilot programs. Thank you. Mustafa Bentoumi, project manager within Amethyst, Morocco, and we've been working a lot on employability and entrepreneurial programs for 12 years now, but we've been working since 2020 on these first and second pilot, and we are delighted to be amongst you and to share with us with the lessons that we have learned over the last 4 years. Thank you very much. Last but not least, can you hear me? Samir Fouset. I represent the Swaret consultancy, founded in 2005, and focuses on training engineering and strategic diagnostic. We've launched and we focused on employability very early on, and we are delighted to partake in both programs, and we look forward I would like, to thank our partnerships, be they project managers for the MCC or as well as Instiglio and the verifying consultants and ANAPAC in particular for their support in the realization of this program. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Foussi. As you can see, we have different organizations. We have Moroccan NGOs, Moroccan private sector representatives, international NGOs. So before we move on to the discussions of the learnings as presented by Florence, I'd like to hear from you your general impressions in the wake of these two pilots. What are the strengths and the positive results and the areas for improvement, and what are the lessons that you have learned? Could you summarize in 5-10 minutes? Mrs. Zoer, would you like to fire the first salvo? Well, I must say, we don't have much time, so I'll be as succinct as possible. But I would say there are three key takeaways, which for me is positive. There were many challenges that we were confronted to, and obviously at launch it was quite difficult at launch. However, on the whole, it was quite positive as we were able to support a target population of women and non-graduates. And so this has allowed us to support this very vulnerable population and indeed monitor them in their progress and evolution over all the process. Secondly, we have become much more agile. We've had to innovate, review our processes. You might have theoretical approaches, but we had focused on the Oriental region in northeastern Morocco. But obviously, when you're in the field, it requires changes and a definite agility. And how do you re-gear your approach in a context such as that of COVID? How do you find the beneficiaries? How do I create trust in the different stakeholders of this ecosystem? And what are the tools that need to be implemented? We've had significant support from MCA and Instiglio for the implementation of a certain number of tools which were particularly helpful. We will be speaking to them of the support and verification, which was very useful and allowed us to go further and facilitated some of our work. And the third lesson is this capacity to work in cooperation with different actors. We often work in silos and working with partners such as ANAPEC or the regional investment centers, the Chamber of Commerce's, or the professional associations, which were our own interlocutors, had tended to work in relative silos. They had their own approaches and tools, and I think it was very interesting and important to the success of the process. I think we were constantly in this approach of learning by doing. But I think we can see the fruit of all these efforts today is we have a much better understanding of what's happening with other stakeholders. There were some tools that existed already, but were not necessarily widely shared. And I think that we have a much better understanding. Each stakeholder has a much better understanding of how we can work together better to have an even bigger impact. Well, so when it comes to EFE, Employment for Education Morocco, and the RBF approach, well, from its inception, we've always been committed to a certain number of people to be trained, a certain number of people placed, and people employed for 3 months. So from the beginning, it was very similar to the RBF program. So there wasn't much for us. We were already quite well aligned with the inherent targets of the program. Nonetheless, the RBF program had advantages and some inconveniences. Well, the positives was the flexibility. As a non-profit, we are very dependent on budgets, and it's difficult to allocate a logistics budget to reallocate a budget line from logistics to somewhere else. But this program provided us with a very important, crucial, I should say, flexibility, which provided us with the capacity to choose the type of training, how long the training would be held, and how to reach the expected results. The program also aimed to target a particularly vulnerable population, 18 to 35 years old, with long-term unemployed and non-graduate, and there was significant encouragement to work in relatively remote areas. So we did try to serve every region, but as the program started in the thick of the COVID confinement, it made it quite difficult in some regions, easier in others, but quite difficult in some regions. And we understand all the other providers had to deal with this. But overall, I think the results were quite satisfactory, thanks be to God. The program does have its advantages, as I was saying, but also its disadvantages. The inflexibility of procedures. These young must be at least unemployed for more than 6 months, and sometimes we had candidates that were 4 months, 5 months, 4.5 months, and we could not apply. They could not apply for these programs, specifically those who had lost during their employment during COVID and could not find new employment. But this criteria was somewhat of a constraint both for them and for us, as it was difficult to tell them that they could not be signed up for this program. Another issue that might require revision is how slow the procedures can be. I understand that there are constraints on the different stakeholders, such as the ICE consultancy or Insiglio, but I found this was a bit too long. We should have sent the list of beneficiaries far upstream from the beginning to ensure that there was enough time for verification. So we either had to launch and then do the training and then wait for the verification, or do the verification and then lose some of the participants. So and some of the beneficiaries have we are sometimes inadvertently taking on candidates who are not eligible to certain criteria, which means we lose financing. And I think this was more of a constraint for the consultancies and the private sector partners, as highlighted by Florence. It's a good thing that as association we have other projects, other donors who finance our programs, and therefore provides us some flexibilities to serve those people who are not eligible for the RBF program. Final point, I believe that as I am in charge of the partnerships, I was doing much prospecting to find employment or internship possibilities for our beneficiaries, and which has led me to meet many companies who had heard of this program, who had met other providers working on this same program. And the eligibility criteria were quite well known to them. They knew MCA, they knew MCC. I think it's a big win for the program. It is, as they had met providers of this program, there was already some existing awareness when it came to the recruitment of this particular vulnerable population, especially those long-term unemployment. So I think that's an important win for the program. Well, when it comes to Amadis experience, I think I will let my colleague Mustafa to give more detail as he managed the project. But overall, my two comments would be as follows: that firstly, before MCC, we had worked on employability, but only with the idea of what we call positive exit, which might have been insertion for the beneficiary or encouragement in finding another internship or training. So we weren't necessarily limited or paid for a specific insertion goal. So for us in Amadis, it was the first time that with an RBF approach, it showed there was a clear risk concerning potential payments, and 2-3 years down the road I can say yes, it was a success, and we decided to go forward on the INDH program with a similar approach. So for us it is quite a win. It is also a success at the regional level because it was a positive example for the wider Middle East and North Africa office. And it might be a more global response. So obviously RBF is based on results, and you have to provide data, you have to provide proof and quantitative data, not necessarily qualitative data. And this is interesting because we never had an evaluation on the quality of the training we provided. So I assume we did a good job. But it was always a 30-hour training. We're not here to replace higher education institutions and replace other service providers, and also we're looking at beneficiaries. What do they get? Well, they are inserted into the work, the labor market for 6 months, but what happens after the 6 months? I think one of the results of this project is that which is not measured, the work that we did with the beneficiaries at the start to change a mindset, to get them to get work in the formal sector, which they had not considered before. the needs probably did not envisage building a career in harnessing industry, for example, for avionics, which provides them with a drive or an impetus to go forward. But this is not measured or captured in the program. It might be possible to conduct a study amongst the beneficiaries. I think there were 4.5 thousand. Where are they at 6 months down the road? Do they continue? Have they found a vocation or something that they can sink their teeth in? Or have they found satisfaction or mobility in their professional approach? And this is something that I think would be interesting to look into. Thank you very much, Chris. To cover some of the context again, we signed this contract in February 2020, and a month later we were completely confined. So there was very little that we could actually do. It was far from pleasant, but we moved quickly to sourcing activities, prospection activities, and we noticed that there were many industries which flourished in this activity. Our pharmaceutical, textile, everything that could focus on sanitary, offshoring, call centers, delivery, worked well in this period, and we tried, of course, to build on these opportunities. And as you see, Morocco emerged stronger than ever under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him. And this, when it comes to RBF, we came out of this crisis significantly stronger. And to this end, I would like to thank the ecosystem in which we operated. For example, there's been much flexibility from MCA. We had 3 amendments to our contract, and it's great to have this flexibility. Instiglio were at our side from the beginning, and with weekly and then monthly meeting and good monitoring. Nobit, I would say, is not really. It's not a nasty audit, but it is these consultants are very collaborative, and they're very transparent, and of course our results are checked with APPROACHES, and APPROACHES is a crucial actor. It's the only entity in Morocco which has the know-how and the equipment and the skills and the platform to verify on a proof basis. And APPROACHES, you cannot question whether the employment is effective or maintained. Well, so the success is also due to the ecosystem surrounding our efforts. We started with the most difficult aspect, which is approaching employers. We worked on Kenitra, Rabat, Tangiers. We worked in areas where there is already employment, and in partnership with these employers, we identified their needs, and based on these needs, we did sourcing and support. And from the start, our work was not just to support these young people, but also ensure that they would be inserted and maintained in employment. And as you saw in the results, employment retention is at more than 70%, insertion stands at 100%, and training at 100%. So there were many challenges, there were many strong successes, such as Firstly, the fact that RBF forces the service providers to work properly, because otherwise they won't get funded or paid back if they don't do the work that they've been contracted for. So it clearly gives good results in terms of governance and management of public funds in the social field. Secondly, we were able to reach out and integrate neglected youth, for especially those who have been in long-term unemployment with generally poor education background. This said, there is a downside to all this. When you try to reach out to those who are in long-term unemployment, some young people are clearly motivated and they're poor, but they cannot join as they are not officially eligible. When it comes to training, to work with these people who are in long-term unemployment, these require specific treatment. We even had to call upon psychiatrists or psychologists to interview certain of our young people, and we were able to change the mindset of these people, these young people, and provide them with formal employment. The relationship with employers was difficult at first. However, the employers have come to see it as a service that is in their interest to use. The HR will always contact us to get a larger number of CVs. So overall, it was a great experience for all of us, and this that we were also able to surf or survive the wave of the pandemic just shows that when us as Moroccans want to get something done, we can do it. It's in our nature. And you've seen the World Cup has shown the capacity of Morocco clearly. Just to close, yesterday I saw Mr. Sabatier, our Colombian colleague, who was speaking of 35,000 jobs created, and how and our context is very similar. We can reach that same target if we really put our mind to it. I hope I didn't speak too much. Apologies. I would like to return to the stock-taking exercise. But before that, I would like to focus on the objectives of our organization. We aim to train 1,000 people, to insert 800 people, and keep them in employment for 600%. And we've reached 110% of our target on training, 100% for insertion, and 87% for maintenance and employment. So we were working in services, 5%, agriculture 10%, education 3%, catering 13%, automobile 14%, textile 45%, harnessing 5%. So when it comes to insertion, 11% in services, 13% agriculture. These sectors tend to be forgotten, but they do provide employment. Automotive industry is now an emerging sector. It covers 18%. And textiles, at the time, as my colleague said, during COVID, certain textile industries were able to, for them, this was an opportunity to reach their objectives as they had to provide medical cloth. And they contributed to 30% of the insertion of young people. Especially considering that we aimed to insert 850 men and 150 women, and 850 non-graduates and 150 graduates. So we had to find industrial sectors that did not require a high level of skills and for whom quick training could be organized. So we didn't simply focus on soft skills, but we also did hard skills training. And I think the key to success is knowing how to sell the program. When you introduce yourself to a private sector operator, you have to display clearly what is the added value that you can bring. Sourcing, as it is up to us to find people, all the while taking into account the requirements of the employer, which might be working conditions, might be proximity to work, might be knowledge, and these elements means that it is expensive for private sector operators to find these potential employees quickly. And the added value of this program was its flexibility that provided the ability for us to respond quickly, that we didn't need to report to the program manager or provide justifications for our choices. Once an agreement was reached in principle, we were able to move quickly. We even worked on Sundays, as companies might have a big order that is quite urgent and needs the labor immediately. A week later, they might say, can't employ them now. So you have to react just as quickly, if not faster. So this flexibility was very important, and which gave which also gave more opportunities for the program to succeed. Sometimes overnight there was a change. You mentioned quality in terms of verifiers, but some trainers would stay for more than 8 hours to ensure that proper quality was delivered. It's not always measurable, but the person is there, take notes, collects feedback from the candidates, conducts interview with the candidates without the trainers there, of course. So there is an element of verification of the quality of training. That's what I wanted to say, and we'd be happy to respond to any questions you might have.
Merci à tous pour vos témoignages qui étaient très riches, très différents aussi, mais il y a eu des points communs qui ressortent. On a beaucoup entendu le mot flexibilité. Alors moi, ça me fait extrêmement plaisir de vous entendre.
I'd like to highlight the common points between the different messages. You mentioned flexibility, which to me is one of the key aspects of RBF, and I gave you this flexibility for you to adapt to changing conditions or local conditions, and and the demand of the employer, the requirements of employers, which is in line with the learnings that Florence presented just earlier. Bearing in mind the schedule, I would like now to give an opportunity to the audience to ask you some questions. You see, we have the question from the AMAP representative. Can we have a question for the mic? Thank you. I represent AMAP, partner on both pilot programs. So, we are partners. We were created in 1992 and aims to insert through employability and entrepreneurship, targeting initially women and was later widened both to refugees and migrants since 2007. We also focus on professional training. And we focus on multiple programs in this way, in partnership with multiple donors. I would like to share the learnings that we have gathered from our experience as partners in MCA-Morocco and FBR-INDH, RBF-INDH and RBF ANAPEC. The first lesson is that the coincidence of the launch and COVID has given us a great lesson in terms of learning of operating during a crisis. Digitalization, sanitary measures, and remote communication. All this must be included in our program management in the future. Other lessons learned beyond quantitative results, I believe that it would be interesting to build on, in particular, the approaches and tools that were developed by the programs, and focus on the lesson learned when it comes to regional partnerships and the mobilization of local actors, as well as the constitution of an ecosystem of entrepreneurs and youth insertion activities. I believe it is also crucial for sustainability to develop expertise locally through, in particular, our association, which has decided to recruit resources locally, which allows us to train local experts so as to make our efforts more sustainable locally, as well as focusing on the relationships with the local NGOs and nonprofit sector, so that when programs end, activities continue. Finally, I would also like to speak quickly to the improvements which I believe can be brought specifically when it comes to flexibility. Yes, flexibility is crucial. We did nonetheless suffer significantly in the field because of rigid procedures in terms of verification in particular, where there was a problem first because of communication on verification, the importance of verification, and the verifiers themselves. As you know, verification as activity is not included in the agreement, which ties service providers to INDH managers, for example. This is not explicit. There is no explicit verification procedures, which means that certain actors have been reticent to understand what their mission actually is, which created some unease in the launch of the program, which is why we need to launch some awareness raising and when it comes to verification and the simplification of procedures which are slow and long. There is a gap between the regular launching of the activity and the verification. We took the risk on to not let the youth linger or wait. If we took the risk of organizing training before the verifier came, we said we will train maybe 30 youth, and maybe there's only 15 or 20 would actually be validated. But believe me that there was quite a bit of loss. But it's in that ultimately it's not a loss, as training is an investment, as this training will serve the youth maybe somewhere else. Secondly, quotas were imposed in terms of graduate and non-graduate. We exceeded the graduate quotas, and the regional authorities say, I have to deal with the youth, graduate or not graduate. You should serve this youth even if you go ahead of you exceed your quota. You can't say no, we've reached our quota. You can't make them wait. That's another issue. The issue of 30 hours or 60 hours. How can you set these thresholds? I think maybe we should say 80 hours in certain regions, others 20. These are the needs that would be the quotas should be set depending on local conditions rather than a single size fits all. There's also the issue of quality, and I would like verification to be more perceived and conducted as support rather than control function. I think if you have surprise visit, that means it doesn't work. We are partners. There should be trust. We work in the same cause. There are other quality checks than surprise visits. I think the role of verifier should be a support role more than anything else.
Merci beaucoup pour ce témoignage. Alors, je ne sais pas si on a une...
Tu veux me poser une question?
Another question, sir? Maybe before we go to the next question, to respond to the comments, very interesting comments, by the way. I think you mentioned a certain rigidity or slowness in the procedures, especially when it comes to the INDH pilot program. Yes, indeed, this is second iteration, which came after the first pilot program. The gentleman is not using a microphone. We cannot hear him or translate. So yes, there's a verification mechanism which is quite heavy, as you mentioned. Yes, there were requirements imposed by institutional partners. So this link of trust is being created, so we might be able to move beyond this very rigid and fixed quota and provide more flexibility. But I think we needed to set these constraints to establish initial trust. And when it comes to the INDH pilot program, which I've been following closely since inception, there are some frictions that emerge when the program is devolved. Each region or local authority will have its own understanding, which requires an even further adaptation effort. And this goes to what Florence was saying earlier, the importance of human contact. Especially in Morocco, there's this culture of human contact to create a relationship with people, to create this trust and go beyond these strict procedural shackles. I don't know if there are any other similar comments or anybody else here on stage who would like to react to this rigidity versus flexibility. Given the fact that RPF is flexible by design. Any comments?
I think that verification does not eliminate trust. It goes without saying that we need people to check that things are done by the book. Well, indeed, there are two ways here to do things. I think for all the results working on, there are results oriented, and behind we have activities to be implemented. And we need to check and measure the impact of the activities and the results obtained. Now, that's the way we should do things. But for us, the setting up of the verification system did not bother us too much. It's true that there are rules. We knew that. There's a convention with rules of the game set up, eligibility conditions. Either you accept them or you don't. And of course, we know that there are constraints related to this program. So now you need to get adapted to this, but accountability is essential, and this is normal for us. Results-based financing is not a constraint for us, so nothing at stake here. So having verificators, these verificators helped us a lot. Sometimes we work online, remotely, in different cities, and this, say, objective, look to check the rules, was a guarantee for us, and to make sure that what we did was done the right way, that things are not done in a subjective way. The aim is to achieve the set objectives. I think that this model is quite costly. This is a pilot. What we worked on is still a pilot. Should not forget that. And so this phase, which is practical with the INDH, yet this program is still a pilot, and from there we will maybe be able to work on a number of things to be more flexible according to the based on the feedback. That's the aim of the study conducted by Tiglio. Florence worked on that during many months and through many interviews. I would like to go back to the quality aspect. We talked about quality versus quantity. It's true that this program focused more on the figures, how many people were trained, how many were integrated and kept in their positions. For us, this is new for us. Of course, we work on figures. We always have quantitative objectives, but for us, and there we need to be more careful regarding that type of programs. We are to work on the human capital, but at the same time we're working on a per capita basis. And there we need to be careful as a support non-profit body. We know that we have psychological, social aspects regarding unemployed youth, and we had time constraints, dates that should not go beyond with further related objectives with tight eligibility conditions, and sometimes we trained more than what is forecast, but that was not taken into consideration. So we should just not forget the human dimension. We are working with human beings, and this is a society we are in the process of setting up. We need to involve everybody here. This is a society project. Employability is a social issue. In social inclusion goes through labor work in order to for people to keep their dignity, so that we should not sacrifice this to figures. So we might go towards something which should be hybrid, but we should know how to assess quality, not only the quality of training as such. Of all of us, all the parties have made big efforts, but what is quality? What is human support, and how can this be assessed? It's not easy, but it should be integrated. Thank you, Mrs. Mizwar. I would like to say that I agree with you regarding the importance of keeping the human dimension on our actions. I would like to go back to the issue regarding rigidity of procedures, to say no to a candidate because he has a few days left to be in 6 months unemployment period. This is something hard to say for the candidates. So verification is an important stage in the program. So we have results achieved that needs to be checked later. The process is quite long on our side. We have been thinking of helping our friends ICE to check these results. For people who are being trained and placed, so we ask them to scan their work contract so that we can make sure that this person has really been recruited. We would have liked to have more flexibility regarding this aspect in order to consider labor work contract as a verification tool without waiting for CNSS input. So this is something I wanted to put forward to be considered for next work. Thank you for your feedback. Are there any other questions from assistants? Yeah. Good morning, and I'm sorry to have arrived late. I had a visa and I need to go to the embassy. My name is Ali Strahani. I represent the CGM, the Moroccan employers, and also the Secretary General of the Consultancy for Employments. Why I mention all these titles? Just to give you a view of what we are going through compared to what you said. There's flexibility. There's another term which is reactivity. You mentioned something which is important: needs. The most important problem is about needs. An engineer graduating from any Hassania Point Chaussee will find a job, no problem. But we have the youth in need. They represent the real problem. I do not have a question, I have a recommendation. I don't know if the people of the Ministry of Labor are here. We need to duplicate what has been said or here. We have been provided a lot of figures I said that loudly, and I will say it again. We need to replicate what has just been done. I think the no results, no pay. So the results are there. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I came late, but I'm delighted to listen. I like the way you do things. I think you did what Einstein said. If you cannot explain a concept to a child 8 years old, you have not achieved your objective. So this replication should be done. For us, the Employers Association, SGM, will keep on repeating this. If we manage to find work for people, that will be good. For us, the employers are here recruiting people, recruiting according to his needs, but we should not stop at this level. Madam, you use the term which I love. It is costly. Winston Churchill said that if you think that education is expensive, try ignorance. Ignorance. Just to go back to what you said. Of course, we should start from pilots and disseminate. This is our approach. All of us, I think, we set up pilots, see how it functions, analyze them, and see what is to be improved, and try to implement this in different regions, taking into consideration the environment, of course. Now, something's important in this job. We are dealing with the new trades here regarding support provided. I think the practices are getting professionalized, and we are really we're learning by doing every day. At the association level, I don't think that it is the case. For other service providers, the same. We need to find the human resources to work and find. So there are here jobs to be found. The best of ambitions is this. So we need to so people to train. You bring them from Jupiter, Mars, and this is not difficult. If you have, I'm sorry, Rita, to have taken the floor without your authorization. I'd like to tell you something, what's going on. It's true what you said. I am a recruiter myself, but I have sometimes to bring people from San Diego. Once, and here we had issues regarding mining. We brought an Australian from Brisbane. Ask question to the Moroccans, Brisbane. It's costly. So the problem is not there, but you're right. It's costly, and it's there that you need to make the effort. What I focus on is the result. I think you sleep very well since you finished that work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for this very dynamic contribution. I do understand your frustrations regarding the rigidity of the procedures, but for us as program managers, we talk about demands because we have demands on the part of institutional partners that need to ensure sustainability. They have their own stakes, so we cannot implement pilots without parameters and requirements. So we do not have something which could be replicated. And that's the reason why we have submitted to our institutional partners and donors, because these are grants. And as project managers, I have a procedure manual, and they have auditing, and they cannot even change or add 1 hour. So if it is 30 day, it has to be 30 day. If it is 4.5, that's it. I'm sorry to talk to you very frankly, because just put yourself in the shoes of the project managers. So regarding quota requirements, a question which was raised by Mr. Fatouhi. For those who have designed the programs, we developed a program with some targeting for the most vulnerable populations. That's why we have eligibility criteria. Quota is are there to make sure that we are not skimming. So we are accountable also to see if we have focused on vulnerability or we have chosen easy way. So there are different logics, and they have a question. I wanted to ask this question 2 years ago, but I could not do it, and you will understand why. What was your motivation to stick to this program at the beginning of COVID? I know that MCA made an effort to take a share of the risk, providing pre-funding with some slight indications regarding the parameters. But what was your motivation? Because I really like to commend you, despite the closures of the activities, whatever the price which costs. As Churchill said, I would say to you, congratulations. I will tell you congratulations. Some would like to react. The association work makes you learn to be agile. There are different situations with each person. We have different behaviors, and this indeed requires us to be flexible. COVID was a new sit-in with its own challenges, when we have learned a lot. We have developed the digital part, training, online training, I learned to use new technological tools, and the options in these new tools. Zoom before was just to click on accept. Today you can use different polls and different tables to explain things. So we have learned a lot, and we cannot stop. So the mission here is to support the youth in person or remotely. What matters is to achieve the objective. And I think that's why this is what we have learned from the from association work. Indeed, I think that we are optimistic forever. We might wonder, this might not continue. We do not have only this project; we have others as well, and we took the risk. And we had one donor who called us and said, "Do you need more money?" He was the only one. But all the other donors, no, you won't have more. No extra. Up to you to manage your situation. But I think we have been optimistic, and for situations like this one, we can tell you that the categories of people who are working here, if civil society stops, it will be really a big problem. So we have the chance to add value to many programs, and in the eastern part of Morocco, we have been indeed lucky to avail the support of the local authorities, and we have adapted ourselves to the size of the groups. And we had small groups and made it sure that the sanitary measures were abided by. But I think the attitude of local authorities and everybody was scared, would not know what would happen, in order to find businesses which decided to continue working, despite the fact that the equipment they needed did not arrive. All that indeed made us rely on our will, and not only and not stop and not stay passive. Regarding your question, if we sleep very well, not really. Why? Because frankly, we have thousands of youth who have not been able to serve. These are good results, but still, we still have big numbers not trained. We work while there's economic watch. With inflation, we'll have bigger numbers of poor people. So it's time to shift gears and consider thousands of young people. We are all over the place, goodwill of people who are ready to help us, to see what within our organization. We always recruit people who are socially sensitive. So our president is in the United States right now, and he told us this program is dear to me, and please do it. What matters here are the professions, Mr. Kantaf, Mrs. Naima, Mrs. Malki, Mr. Okash, the local associations. These are the people who enabled us to continue in order to be successful regarding this project. Let's stay optimistic. We represent here the private sector, and this is a challenge. During the pandemic closures, we needed to prepare. Work was done remotely. At the same time, that was the most important period that enabled us to get prepared, especially to think and ponder to see which sectors could keep working during the period, the COVID period. For the garment sector, we bought sewing machines, and we provided training within the business, with that business, to have a tailored program to meet the needs with through an alternating approach. Because for these people to achieve their objectives, we needed to support the youth. That was the big challenge for us. We thought about other sectors in other regions, such as agriculture. Agriculture cannot stop. So this indeed made us go to SUS, where we have protected cultivation and have training within the under the greenhouses. So that was the challenge. And here we're talking about capacities. We need to review our way we manage competencies. We should indeed have a win-win situation. If you receive a salary, you should receive money, and you need to have a number of people who are eligible in order to integrate a given number of people. So we need to draw conclusions on that basis. I would like to give a more strategic response. That's a issue for a team which was on the spot, or with association, a non-profit association. We kept our team during the 2020 crisis, and we have our reputation as well. We are here for been existing for more than 40 years. Would not say, yeah, it's. I was the guy who committed and signed, so it was not easy to say no. Thanks to all for these very nice testimonies and your capacities to adapt during hard times. This is a nice way to end this panel, but I have a very last question. If you could respond very quickly, would you be available to go again through the result-based funding experience once more, if this is proposed to you? For Amadis, yes, this is clear, because we have been through this with the NDH, and now we are negotiating with many governors in order to extend this convention. We have a lot of requests, and how many programs could we manage at the same time? Do we have enough staff for that? Is this a feasible, achievable objective? And we need to set up a frame for this. So this is a framework for us with CA, and within the IH it was easy. Now the system in place runs smoothly. And this is interesting as a national model, and also given the evolution of the issue regarding verificators, governors, are even talking about avoiding having independent verificators. They want to take this in their own hands. It's interesting to see how we could assess in an independent way the work done by the service provider. Well, regarding what we did, so we know the results-based financing. We are familiarized with this, and we have a relationship with some. We have a 10 years collaboration, and others 5 years, and some would not renew their trust if things were negative. So with the say things were more procedural, but this reflects the results-based approach. So this is not so much for us the results-based approach. We work in that framework. Don't forget that the donors, and I think this is the case for everybody, they don't come and tell us, I'm going to give you 2 million euros and it's okay. No, this goes through 3 months reports, and they could come to check, to get invited, to talk to the beneficiaries. And this is not a real issue. What's important is the support. So we have to be careful. We want to be service providers or partners. It's not the same thing. As a association, it's not the same for us. If we are subconstructors to implement, we would say there's something wrong here, because a partner is base his work on a daily relationship, and this is important to have. And with our experience with the MCA and the Instiglio team, I think that we have been provided with good support. Imaila, even if she's no longer part of the program, she was all the time with us, all the time listening with us as well, and Instiglio were present with us in order to exchange, to give feedback, never been judgmental, and know how things should be implemented, tools, training sessions, how the platform should be used, etc. This is important, and this is something we should keep. If we have something similar, sure, we want to continue. But if we are working with a body which still not knowing what it wants, and if we do not have all the procedural elements well understood, it will be an issue. Procedures are okay, accountability, we should have it as well. But, the issue is about the how support is provided. The donors always take risks. If we have good partnership, the risks are shared. Well, for us, the employers, clients are over 42 companies who tested the profiles. Later, they became addicted. But the question we put, how could we, what more could we do for them? So, to see how many beneficiaries we could integrate, I think that this will be on the increase for the upcoming years. Thank you. Thanks to all for your testimonies. Thanks to the service providers, partners for the testimonies. Thanks to the participants for these very interesting discussions. The last session now, Ryan Moore is going to provide the restitution and provide the closing word.
Hello, everyone. I think I have taken on the task that no one else was willing to take, partly because that last panel was a very hard act to follow, particularly the lively nature of the exchange. But I think I have somewhere between 5 and 45 minutes, so buckle up. Just in case you don't have, enough metaphors this week. I heard earlier Rita say that we are going to décoller de la rigidité. So to stick with the airlines terminology, I will say that attacher les ceintures de sécurité, vérification de la porte opposée. And we are going to take off in this last session. Hopefully, really get everyone ready to leave here with some excitement, just a quick restitution, a quick summary of what we what we've sort of taken away today, and I for one am really thrilled with all of the exchanges we've been able to have. Everything from learning about what has worked, what we've taken away from this experience, capped by Florence's presentation earlier. Really taking away from qualitative, quantitative data. What have we seen, both with the MCA pilot as well as INDH's admirable work? I'll pause to say that INDH, I almost feel like somehow maybe MCC has taken some credit implicitly. That is, we're so proud because of how interested and engaged Monsieur Lawali has been with using results-based financing and sort of being part of a sort of broader movement in the space of workforce development, economic inclusion, and so that's really exciting. But I need to say we did not finance that program, which all the better. So we're really thrilled to have talked a lot about that program, but I want to make sure that it's clear that that's the NDH and not MCC financed, which is something we're excited about, crowding in good work. We've exchanged a lot. We started this week with an excellent panel about Colombia's experience. I think a peer in the space of results-based financing, the lessons that they've learned, the different directions that they've taken, hopefully both Morocco and other countries can take some in Andean Quechua, the language of the mountains in the Andes. They'll call it a chaquiñang, which is a short path. Hopefully, with some of the advice from the Andes, we can take a short path to take some of their lessons to bear from Colombia. Both to here and elsewhere around the world, in terms of what we can do better, how we can build better and more effective programs. I think in reality, something like pushing 10 years for MCC of using results-based financing, using this pattern of thought, this way of thinking, to sort of make our programs more effective. And be systematic about where we can be more responsible for the money that is entrusted to us. I think all of us here, probably every person in this room and online, is some version of public servant. Even if you're in the public sector, you have some role in building value for the citizens of your country, the people around you. And I think that's been very exciting to sort of see this way of thinking sort of being shared and built up across countries, across continents. And so, after about 10 years of both MCC and in reality this sort of broader movement of trying to think about how does this change our procurement systems, how does this change how we do our work, there's it's a big transition from something that I think 10 years ago was, people with big ideas. It really started as people with big ideas. And like anything that starts with big ideas, there's sort of a fall from grace. There's a moment in which you realize maybe this big idea is not as big as we thought it was. I remember hearing even a notable speaker not that long ago, sometime in the last 10 years, say that social impact bonds would be such a successful mechanism that they would be packaged into groups of social impact bonds and put into stock exchanges, which I think now sort of just sounds like crazy talk. Maybe some people are still talking that way, but we've learned a lot in these years. And I think that's been something that the sort of diversity of exchange, and even while this hasn't been a broad encapsulation of every sector, we have heard about different sectors, people from very diverse perspectives. Everything from understanding, responsibility for funds traceability of funds, to legal risks and audits, all the way to how this way of thinking sort of changes sectoral, technical sectoral dynamics of how we design our programs. We heard from Mustafa just in this last panel, that you need to have an ecosystem in any program where you want to pay for results. And I think this panel itself was one testament of one of the things that we've achieved, I think, is that we've achieved, working with a set of providers in the private sector and in civil society to let them show what they can do, and I think there's been a lot of success. Just like anyone who wants to show what they can do, an Olympic runner, for example, doesn't just do it through rainbows and butterflies, but through blood, sweat, and tears to sort of build up those capabilities. So, I think while I have I have not seen any bloodshed. Just like earlier, I think it was yesterday, I highlighted that we want to be clear what we have and haven't observed in this program. There has not been any bloodshed, but I'm sure that there were tears, and I have observed there being some sweat with my own eyes, but I know it takes a lot. And so I think the ability that we have to walk away from today, knowing that, hey, there are capacities being built up, there are qualities in this sector that are that can be built on and will be built on. I'll transition very briefly to some of the things that we saw in the workforce development space these last 2 days. By the way, I don't know if I've been saying week, but it may feel like some of you, like you've been here for a week. But it's only actually been 48 hours, but it's been a really exchange, a thing of beauty. Workforce development, some of the things that we picked up in the last few panels, both yesterday and today, is that there's a huge variance in what I call the practical distance from the labor market, right? And I think this program tried to recognize that and to take it seriously, that not everyone is a 2-day training away from being placed into a job. And that has implications for how we conduct public policy, public administration to actually deliver. And so recognizing that and being honest about the fact that there is that big distance, there is a potentially big variance in the distance from the labor market and what that means for our interventions. We've also sort of seen that, from Mr. Samir in the last panel, that we have to, if we want to have any value to the private sector in terms of job placements, we need to move at least as fast as the private sector. And if we've sort of lost the battle if that's not happening, and I do think that is sort of one of the the biggest challenges from this program, is that if you want to be able to have value to the private sector, which is effectively what this program said, is we want to actually have Morocco's human talent and human capital that exists be able to be put to use in employment. You need to move at their speed, or else risk being irrelevant. The reality is that the problem is huge. I think that was something also that was said by both Minister Skouri earlier yesterday, as well as a number of our panelists, that this is a pilot. This was a program, albeit I think a program that all of the folks who worked on it are very proud. But it certainly does not cover remotely the problem, and so I think that's an important takeaway. Not takeaway that none of us knew, but in fact that there continues to be, I think youth unemployment something like 45%, depending on the time in which the survey was conducted, but that we have that much human potential here in Morocco that's not being put to good use, that's not being able to show what it can do, that's not being employed and that is true, around the world. So in the workforce development space, that the problem continues to be massively larger than any of the sort of public responses, and that continues to be a huge priority. Florence also mentioned, I'm going to just briefly talk through a couple of things that she noted. Inclusion, the inclusion approach of the FPR, the RBF jobs program, seems to have worked. I'll say seems to, because I think we want to keep seeing what happens. There will be an independent evaluation that we'll get to like even more richly learn from that side. At a minimum, I think the program put its money where its mouth is. I think it said, that we care about those who are further from the labor market, those who have a bigger challenge of getting placed into a job. I think that's one of the beauties of RBF is it makes us think intentionally and carefully and make trade-offs between what we think our money is doing and what we want, what the public administration, what the source of funds is trying to achieve with its money, and sometimes that comes with some challenges, but it's better than sort of not being serious about what we want to do in terms of inclusion of more vulnerable groups. We heard a lot about verification, governance of verification. I think there's still an open debate in the room even, and certainly in this field of practice on exactly how verification can be done most efficiently and what that sweet spot is in terms of cost, rigor of verification, and then who might be independent enough to do it and not be sort of unduly influenced or sort of have a stake in the results of the verification. I think that was a really important exchange. Further, going back to sort of broader conversations we heard, and then I will wrap in less than 45 minutes. Does someone have a sign that says you're at 40 minutes? Okay, good. The reality that about RBF is it makes us realize that many results matter. I think that and I heard throughout the course of these 2 days that, well, it's not just the quantitative results that matter, I think was said in the last panel. We also heard, the human connection matters. We tried to include human connection as part of the incentive scheme here, but there was no good way to measure it. Heartbeat apparently is not correlated with how good of a connection you have. So, the reality is that being rigorous about paying for the things that we care about also makes it clear what other things maybe we can't pay for, but which still matter. And I think that is an important takeaway that I haven't heard as much actually this week, month, however long we've been here. That the reality is, we, need to, take other results seriously, even if they're not ones we paid for. And that, I think finding ways to make sure that flexibility, going back to, I think, what is one of my last points on sort of the RBF side of the things we've talked about is that, those incentives can also create flexibility and create the flexibility to focus on the things that aren't measured, create the flexibility to adapt to the things that aren't being paid for. And so I've got just one other sort of panel reference that I wanted to reference. In the panel this morning, we heard about evidence-based policy from Florencia Devoto, the executive director of the Lab Emploi. And we heard about how, the sort of connection between evidence-based policy and results-based financing, meaning evidence-based policy trying to figure out what's working, trying to really rigorously understand, is public policy achieving its ended outcomes for the intended beneficiaries in the most rigorous way we possibly can. And then RBF, which, in layman's terms, you might say is trying to pay for what's working, trying to actually pay towards things that we know matter to the ultimate beneficiaries. And, I think we got to hear sort of that, those two things are sort of two different sides of the same coin in some way, which is, we actually need to design good policies with the knowledge in hand of what works. And we also have to find structures and governance, RBF being one of them, which actually delivers on the mandate of what we know works. And so, I think that was an interesting insight. Bernard from Ghana brought in some of the experiences of different parts of the education system in Ghana and ways in which non-government providers can actually deliver value in the right ecosystem. So I thought that was there's a lot of insight in his participation. So I'll just finish with perhaps a concluding thought. We've talked a lot about pilots this week, and I've always been sort of the enemy of pilots, only in the sense that the sort of development sector has had what is often, I'm not coining the term, but has had pilotitis. An infirmity, a malady in which you just continually do pilots, but then never actually integrate them into what you do. And so, there's, I think there's a lot of hope that we're sort of not stuck in that, but that is not, we've heard a lot about that. I hope no one takes away from these couple days that RBF is just about pilots. RBF is just doing something in the most rigorous, interesting, quirky way, but that like some really smart scientists have told us works or something, right? That RBF is actually about, using public monies as effectively as we can to deliver value. And I think that's obviously a challenge that goes much beyond results-based financing. It's a challenge that results-based financing alone cannot solve on its own, will never be the be-all and end-all of how the public administration delivers value to Moroccan citizens, to citizens of their given country and constituency. And so I'll end. I would say, the word I started with was décoller de la rigidité. So taking off from rigidity, but the takeoff. And so I'd say my colleague from MCC, the managing director of Africa, Alicia Robinson Morgan, who was here yesterday morning at our opening and for the panel, she had to leave a bit earlier this afternoon, but she asked the panel for what's one word that would describe the sort of vision of sort of where things can go. So I will answer with the word décoller, which I think has a slightly different connotation in French than English, but in English, takeoff. I think I think there's sort of ample room here in Morocco for this idea of how do we connect money, taxpayers' money, constituents' money to deliver value to our constituencies and the beneficiaries of programs. And so, I do think that there's some real room here for takeoff of this as a way of thinking, as a way of doing business in government. So with that, I'm going to see if my colleague, Mr. Ben Tahar, would like to give some last thank yous before we wrap it up. So in name of MCC, our part of sponsoring and pulling together this event, thank you so much for being here. It's been a real pleasure. I hope to see you all again soon at other exchange events around results-based financing, workforce development, whatever it may be. So thank you so much for your time.
Merci Ryan pour cette restitution.
Thank you, Ryan, for this extremely faithful restitution. I would like to warmly thank all the panelists who came from very far away for a short time. I know it's difficult to manage jet lag, so thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for these very interesting exchange. I'd like to thank all the participants and the representatives of governmental and non-governmental organizations. Thank you for your patience, for your questions. Thank you for your contributions, which have richly contributed to the debate. I would also like to thank the Istiglio team for started small and is now quite large. And I wish them all the best for the future. I think it's now become a school. And there's already a transfer of knowledge because I can see many Moroccans in their staff, and I think they have a bright future before them, and I hope that we have contributed to this initiative. I'd also like to thank the donors and for their financial support, and I also like to I'd like to thank the interpreters for their patience and hard work over these 2 days. I know that people talk too quickly. I know that it's your trade, and thank you very much. Thank you also to the colleagues. Thank you to Neema and Fatima, who has been the linchpin of all the hard work and all the hard work which is not always visible. And I hope I haven't forgotten anybody, and thank you to all, and I hope that we'll meet again soon.